The coffee cup trembles in my weathered hands as I speak these words for the first time in 53 years. My name is Detective Raymond Kowalski, retired SFPD, and I'm dying. The doctors give me 3 months, maybe 4 if I'm lucky. But luck ran out for me the day I opened that damned Alcatraz file. They said Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers drowned in the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The FBI closed the case. The warden slept easy. America's most infamous prison maintained its perfect record. But I found things I was never meant to see. Things that made me understand why some truths are buried deeper than bodies. This is my confession. Not of crimes I committed, but of the crime I witnessed. The systematic erasure of 3 men who may have pulled off the impossible, only to disappear into something far worse than death. If you're listening to this recording, it means I'm gone, and maybe, just maybe, the truth can finally surface from the depths where it's been drowning all these years. It was October 1968 when Lieutenant Carson dropped the manila folder on my desk like it was radioactive. 6 years had passed since the escape, and the case was supposedly closed, filed away with all the other solved mysteries that kept the bureaucrats sleeping soundly. "Formality, Kowalski," Carson said, not meeting my eyes. "Washington wants a final review of the Alcatraz evidence. Dot the I's, cross the T's, confirm what we already know. They're fish food at the bottom of the bay." I should have known something was wrong by the way he said it. Carson was a straight shooter, the kind of cop who looked you in the eye when he talked. But that day, he stared at the wall behind me like the words might crawl off it and bite him. The file was thinner than I expected for the most famous prison break in American history. Basic escape details, witness statements from guards, the makeshift raft materials found on Angel Island. Nothing I hadn't read in the newspapers. Too clean, too neat. "Why me?" I asked. Carson finally looked at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. "Because you're thorough, maybe too thorough. They want this done right." He left me with those cryptic words and a growing certainty that this formality was anything but routine. I started with the obvious inconsistencies. The first was a car theft report from Marina district, filed 3 days after the escape. A 1959 Chevrolet, stolen from outside a boarding house. The owner, Mrs. Eleanor Hutchins, told police she saw 3 men walking away from the vehicle, heading toward the waterfront. When she called out to them, one turned and tipped his hat. "Polite as you please." "They had manners," she told the responding officer. "Real gentlemen. You don't expect that from criminals." The report was buried on page 47 of miscellaneous incident files. No follow-up, no investigation, no mention in the official Alcatraz case summary. Then there was the paddle, a crude wooden oar carved from driftwood, found by a fisherman near Richmond Bridge, 20 miles upriver from where the currents should have carried any debris. The fisherman, Miguel Santos, reported it to park rangers, who logged it as miscellaneous beach debris. No connection made to the escape, despite the timing and craftsmanship that clearly showed prison workshop techniques. But it was the witness statement that made my blood run cold. A night security guard at Fisherman's Wharf reported seeing 3 men in work clothes boarding a small fishing boat around 4 a.m. on June 12th. One of them had distinctive ears, prominent, almost pointed, just like John Anglin's mugshot description. The guard's statement was taken, filed, and apparently forgotten. When I tried to interview him, I learned he'd quit his job 2 weeks after the incident and moved back to Oregon. No forwarding address. "Don't dig too deep on this one, Ray," Carson warned me when I briefed him on my preliminary findings. "Some stones are better left unturned." That's when I knew I was onto something bigger than a prison break. The Anglin family farm in Ruskin, Florida felt like stepping into a different century. Spanish moss hung from ancient oaks, and the humid air carried the scent of orange blossoms and old secrets. Robert Anglin, the surviving brother, met me on the front porch with the wary eyes of a man who'd been expecting bad news for 6 years. "Federal agents been by here 4 times, he said without preamble, each time asking the same questions, getting the same answers. "My brother's drowned. That's what you want to hear, ain't it?" But his wife, Marie, had different ideas. After Robert went to tend the cattle, she pulled me aside in her kitchen, glancing nervously at the windows. "Christmas cards," she whispered. her voice barely audible above the ticking grandfather clock. Every year since '63, no return address, just signed J and C in handwriting that looks mighty familiar. She showed me a shoebox filled with holiday cards, generic drugstore variety, postmarked from different cities: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Mexico City. The handwriting was careful, disguised, but there were telltale loops and slants that matched samples I'd obtained from the prison records. "Why haven't you told the FBI?" I asked. Marie's laugh was bitter. "You think we haven't tried? First agent said they were hoaxes. Second one confiscated them as evidence. Third one threatened to charge us with obstruction if we kept spreading false hope. These here are copies I made before they took the originals." Photographs came out next. 3 pictures, slightly blurry, showing 2 men in work shirts standing outside what appeared to be a South American cantina. The faces were partially obscured by shadows and hat brims, but the bone structure, the posture, the way one man favoured his left leg, it all matched the Anglin brothers' physical profiles. Woman from church. Her daughter married a missionary. Sent these from Brazil in '65, Marie explained. Said these 2 Americans worked construction jobs, paid cash, kept to themselves, spoke English with Florida accents. I studied the photos with a magnifying glass. The man on the left had a distinctive scar on his forearm, a scar I remembered from Clarence Anglin's prison medical records, sustained in a workshop accident at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. "FBI says they're look-alikes," Marie continued. "Coincidence, but a mother knows her son's detective. Even in shadows, even across oceans, those are my boys." The fear in her eyes wasn't the fear of grief or false hope. It was the fear of someone who knew more than she was saying, someone who'd been warned to keep quiet. As I left the farm that evening, I noticed a dark sedan parked down the country road, 2 figures visible in the front seats. When I drove past, they turned away, but not before I caught a glimpse of federal license plates. The Anglins were being watched. After 6 years, the dead men's family was still under surveillance. That night in my motel room, I spread out everything I'd gathered so far. The car theft, the paddle, the witness statements, the cards and photographs. Individually, they could be dismissed as coincidence or wishful thinking. Together, they painted a picture that made my hands shake as I wrote my preliminary report. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't drowned in San Francisco Bay. They'd made it to shore, stolen transportation, and somehow managed to disappear into the wind. The question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether they'd survived the escape. It was why the government was so determined to pretend they hadn't. The National Archives building in Washington, D.C. has the kind of institutional grandeur designed to make visitors feel small and insignificant. As I walked through its marble corridors in November 1968, carrying my credentials and a growing list of questions, I felt exactly as intended. The records clerk, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and the pallor of someone who spent his days in basement filing rooms, greeted my request with practiced bureaucratic indifference. "Alcatraz escape files? Let me check the catalogue." He disappeared into the labyrinthine storage system, returning 20 minutes later with a puzzled frown. "That's odd. The primary files show as transferred to federal custody in 1964, no longer available for review." "Transferred where?" "Doesn't say. Just lists the authorization code. Project Paperclip Archive classified." Project Paperclip. Even a street cop from San Francisco knew that designation. The program that brought Nazi scientists to America after World War II. Why would an escape case be filed under intelligence classifications? What about the secondary files, witness statements, evidence logs? Another search, another apologetic shrug. Also transferred, same authorization. I spent 3 days in Washington, following leads that turned to smoke and asking questions that generated only nervous silence. At FBI headquarters, my request for case consultation was politely denied. At the Bureau of Prisons, I was told the relevant personnel were unavailable for comment. Even my police credentials and Lieutenant Carson's authorization letters seemed to carry no weight. It was Agent Patricia Hendricks, a bureau analyst I'd worked with on a previous case, who finally gave me the truth over drinks in a Georgetown bar. She waited until we were alone, until the other patrons had cleared out, until even the bartender was busy with inventory in the back room. "Ray, you need to drop this," she said quietly, her usual professional demeanour replaced by genuine concern. "The Alcatraz case isn't cold. It's radioactive." "What does that mean?" Patricia glanced around the empty bar before continuing. Internal memo came down in 65. Any agent pursuing Alcatraz leads beyond the official drowning conclusion would be transferred to Alaska or worse. 3 agents have been quietly reassigned since then. Good agents, career agents, all because they asked too many questions about 3 supposedly dead men. Why? If they drowned like the report says, what's the threat? Her laugh was hollow. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? All I know is that certain people in very high places want Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers to stay dead, and they're willing to destroy careers to keep it that way. She slid an envelope across the table. "I couldn't get you the files, but I managed to copy some of the index pages before they were sealed. Names, dates, reference numbers. Maybe you can piece together what we're not supposed to know." The documents were fragmentary, frustratingly incomplete, but they told a story that made my blood run cold. Cross-references to CIA front companies, mentions of asset recovery protocol, transfer authorization signed by officials whose names I recognized from the intelligence community. Most disturbing was a memo dated July 1962, just 1 month after the escape. Subjects may possess operational value. Recommend immediate field assessment rather than standard fugitive protocols. Operational value, not the language you'd use for bank robbers and car thieves. That night, in my Washington hotel room, I called Lieutenant Carson to report my findings. The conversation was brief and cryptic. "Ray, you need to come home. Now. I've got leads here, Lieutenant. Real leads. The leads will be there when you get back. If you get back. There are people asking questions about your questions, and those people have resources we don't. Come home." The line went dead. I packed quickly, checking the hallway twice before leaving my room. During the taxi ride to the airport, I noticed the same black sedan in my mirrors that had followed me from the archives building 3 days earlier. Back in San Francisco, Carson met me at the airport personally, something he'd never done before. His first words were a warning. "Your hotel room was searched yesterday. Professional job. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but they wanted you to know they'd been there." As we drove through the city, he filled me in on developments from my end. Miguel Santos, the fisherman who found the paddle, died in a car accident outside Portland last week. Single vehicle collision on a straight road, clear weather, and Mrs. Hutchins, the lady who saw the car theft, moved to Phoenix, left no forwarding address. Her old neighbours say federal agents visited her the day before she left. The pattern was becoming clear. Anyone connected to evidence contradicting the official narrative was disappearing, voluntarily or otherwise. The Alcatraz case wasn't just closed, it was being actively suppressed by people with resources and authority I couldn't match. "What do I do, Lieutenant?" Carson pulled over and turned to face me. In 30 years of police work, I'd never seen him look so serious. "You write a report confirming the drowning theory. You file it properly. You forget everything you've learned, and you pray that's enough to keep you breathing." But I couldn't forget. The faces in those photographs. The fear in Mary Anglin's eyes. The systematic elimination of evidence and witnesses. Somewhere out there, the truth was buried so deep that powerful people were willing to destroy lives to keep it hidden. The question was whether I was brave enough, or stupid enough, to keep digging. Tony the Fish Marconi wasn't the kind of informant you'd find in a police procedural manual. A small-time smuggler with ties to both San Francisco's waterfront and various federal agencies that preferred not to be named, Tony survived by knowing when to talk and when to disappear. When he agreed to meet me at a dive bar in North Beach, I knew the information would be worth the risk. "You're playing with fire, detective," he said, stirring his whiskey with a nicotine-stained finger. "The Alcatraz thing? That ain't just a prison break, that's connected to some heavy government business." "What kind of business?" Tony glanced around the dim bar, noting the exits, the other patrons, the bartender's attention. Old habits from a life lived in the shadows. "You ever hear of something called the Prometheus Group?" I shook my head. Private contractors, black budget operations, the kind of people who make problems disappear for Uncle Sam. Word on the street is they were running recruitment out of the Bay Area in the early 60s. looking for specific types, intelligent, adaptable, morally flexible, men who'd already proven they could operate outside the law. The implications hit me like a physical blow. You're saying Morris and the Anglins were recruited? I'm saying Morris had an IQ of 133 and a talent for planning that impressed even the prison psychologists. The Anglin brothers were mechanical geniuses who could improvise solutions from scrap metal and determination. During the Cold War, those were valuable skills. Tony drained his whiskey and signalled for another. Think about it. 3 men plan the perfect escape from America's most secure prison. They disappear without a trace, despite the biggest manhunt in federal history. Either they're criminal masterminds beyond anything we've seen, or they had help. Professional help. What kind of help? The kind that comes with new identities, transportation, and assignments in places where questions aren't asked. South America was crawling with intelligence operations in the 60s. Cuba, Chile, Brazil. All potential flashpoints that needed experienced operators who couldn't be traced back to Washington. The theory was insane, but it explained the evidence I'd uncovered. The systematic suppression of information, the classified file transfers, the fear I'd encountered at every level of government. If the Alcatraz escape had been a recruitment operation disguised as a prison break, then admitting the men survived would expose a covert program that violated everything America claimed to stand for. There's another possibility, Tony continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Maybe they weren't recruited. Maybe they stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see. Such as... Alcatraz was more than a prison detective. It was a research facility, mind control experiments, interrogation techniques, pharmaceutical trials, the kind of work that required subjects who couldn't complain to their congressman. What if Morris and the Anglins saw something during their time there? What if their escape wasn't about freedom, it was about exposure? My mind reeled with the implications. If the escapees had witnessed classified experiments, their capture wouldn't result in a return to prison. It would result in permanent silence. I've heard whispers, Tony continued. Black sites in Nevada, facilities that don't appear on any government maps, places where inconvenient people go to be forgotten, the kind of places where 3 escaped prisoners might end up if they knew too much. He finished his second whiskey and stood to leave. One more thing, Detective. You know why they call it the Prometheus group? I shook my head. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. The gods punished him by chaining him to a rock where eagles ate his liver for eternity. Some gifts come with a price that never stops being paid. After Tony left, I sat in that dim bar for another hour, trying to process what he'd told me. 3 theories, each more disturbing than the last. Theory 1. Cold War recruitment. The escape was facilitated by intelligence agencies looking for deniable assets. Morris and the Anglins were extracted, given new identities, and deployed to international hotspots where their criminal skills could serve national interests. Theory 2. Witness protection in reverse. The men had seen classified activities at Alcatraz and escaped to avoid being silenced. Their continued existence threatened to expose government programs that officially didn't exist. Theory 3. The darkest possibility. They were captured alive after the escape and disappeared into the black site system, spending the rest of their lives as test subjects or interrogation practice for intelligence agencies that viewed them as expendable assets. Each theory explained the evidence I'd gathered. Each theory justified the extreme measures taken to suppress the truth. And each theory meant that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers faced something far worse than drowning in San Francisco Bay. They faced erasure from history itself. 6 months later, against direct orders from Lieutenant Carson and my own better judgment, I found myself on a flight to Rio de Janeiro. The lead had come through Tony Marconi's network, a bartender in Ipanema who claimed to remember 2 American men matching the Anglin's description, regulars at his establishment from 1971 to 1978. They paid cash, spoke little Portuguese, and never talked about their past, the bartender Carlos told me through a translator. But they were different from other expatriates, more careful, always watching the exits, never sitting with their backs to the door. The description matched surveillance training, the kind of operational security taught to intelligence assets. Carlos produced a photograph taken during a Christmas party in 1975. A grainy image showing two men at the edge of the celebration, their faces partially obscured but their body language unmistakably American. My hands trembled as I studied the picture. The man on the left had the same jawline, the same ears, the same way of holding his shoulders that I'd memorised from Clarence Anglin's prison files. The other figure showed signs of premature ageing, stress lines and grey hair that suggested a life lived under constant tension. "What happened to them?" I asked. Carlos's expression darkened. "They left suddenly, in the middle of the night. One day they were here, the next day their apartment was empty. The landlord said men in suits had come asking questions the week before, Americans but not tourists, government men. I spent another week in Rio following leads that grew colder with each passing day. The apartment building where the mystery Americans had lived was scheduled for demolition, its records mysteriously lost in a fire. The bank where they had allegedly maintained accounts had no record of American customers from that period. Every trail ended in convenient dead ends and missing documentation. On my final night in Brazil, I was approached by a man claiming to be a freelance journalist who'd been investigating the same story. We met at a beachside cafe in Copacabana, the sound of waves masking our conversation from potential surveillance. "You're the American detective asking about the Alcatraz escapees," he said without preamble. It wasn't a question. I neither confirmed nor denied, waiting for him to continue. "I've been working this story for 3 years," he said, "following reports of American fugitives throughout South America. The trail is real, detective, too real. These men lived here, worked here, built lives here. But every time I get close to proof, the sources disappear. Witnesses relocate. Documents vanish. I've had my hotel room searched, my phone tapped, my sources intimidated." He slid a manila envelope across the table. "This is everything I've gathered. Photographs, witness statements, financial records, hidden in different locations for 3 years, copied and recopied to prevent loss. It's yours now." "Why?" "Because I'm done." Yesterday, I received a visit from 2 men with American accents and no identification. They politely suggested that my investigation was endangering people I cared about. They showed me photographs of my sister's children playing in a park in São Paulo. Very clear photographs. Very recent photographs. The envelope contained a treasure trove of evidence. Bank records showing regular deposits to accounts held by men with obviously false Brazilian identities. Employment records from construction companies that had hired American workers without proper documentation. Hotel registries with signatures that bore striking resemblances to handwriting samples I'd obtained from Alcatraz. Most compelling was a photograph dated 1976 showing 3 men at a construction site in the Amazon basin. 2 matched the Anglin brothers' physical descriptions. The third was older, lean, with the kind of penetrating stare I remembered from Frank Morris's mugshot. All 3 wore work clothes and hard hats, looking like ordinary labourers except for their distinctly American postures and expressions. But like every other lead I'd followed, this one ended in frustration and fear. When I tried to contact the construction company, I learned it had been dissolved in 1979. The site where the photograph was taken was now underwater, flooded by a dam project that had relocated the entire local population. The pattern was always the same. Evidence of survival followed by systematic elimination of that evidence. Either I was chasing ghosts or someone with vast resources was staying one step ahead of every investigation. My flight back to San Francisco was delayed by mysterious mechanical problems. During the 6-hour layover in Mexico City, I noticed the same 2 men in different locations throughout the terminal. Always at a distance, always watching, never making direct contact. When I finally boarded the plane, they weren't among the passengers. Lieutenant Carson met me at San Francisco International with news that made my blood run cold. "Federal marshals raided your apartment yesterday, Ray. Warrant signed by a judge I've never heard of, for evidence in a case they wouldn't specify. They took everything. Your files, your notes, your photographs, everything connected to Alcatraz." In the car ride home, he handed me an official-looking document. "Transfer orders, effective immediately. You're being reassigned to the robbery division." Your Alcatraz investigation is officially terminated. On whose authority? Authority high enough that questioning it would end both our careers. Carson's voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. Ray, I've been a cop for 28 years. I've seen corruption, cover-ups and conspiracies, but I've never seen anything like this. The pressure to shut you down is coming from levels of government I didn't know existed. He pulled over in a secluded area of Golden Gate Park and turned to face me directly. Whatever you found down there, whatever you think you know, it's not worth your life. These people have made careers disappear for asking the wrong questions. They can make people disappear too. As he spoke, a black sedan with government plates drove slowly past us, its occupants clearly visible through tinted windows that somehow allowed us to see their faces while hiding their expressions. The message was unmistakable. We were being watched, our conversation monitored, our future actions carefully noted. That night, alone in my ransacked apartment, I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This wasn't just a cover-up of a prison escape. It was the systematic suppression of a truth so dangerous that the most powerful government in the world was willing to destroy lives to protect it. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't just escaped from Alcatraz. They'd escaped into a shadow world where truth became enemy of the state, where survival meant accepting lies, and where the greatest prison of all was the silence that surrounded their fate. But silence, I was beginning to understand, has its own way of speaking to those willing to listen. 25 years passed like pages torn from a calendar and scattered by the wind. I worked robbery division, collected my pension, and tried to convince myself that some truths were better left buried. The Alcatraz case became a ghost that haunted my dreams, 3 faces staring at me from the depths of San Francisco Bay, asking why I'd abandoned the search for their story. Then came January 2013, and a letter that changed everything. The History Channel documentary was running old Alcatraz footage when the phone rang. It was my former partner, Jimmy Chen, now working cold cases for the FBI. His voice carried the excitement of a man who'd stumbled onto something extraordinary. Ray, you need to see this. Someone sent a letter to the Bureau claiming to be John Anglin. Says he's dying of cancer, wants to make a deal. Information about the escape in exchange for medical treatment. My hands shook as I read the photocopied letter Jimmy brought to my house that evening. The handwriting was shaky with age and illness, but certain flourishes matched the Christmas cards Marie Anglin had shown me decades earlier. The details were specific, accurate, insider knowledge that only someone who'd lived through the escape could possess. It's a hoax, Jimmy said, watching my reaction. Has to be. FBI handwriting analysis says inconclusive. Could be authentic, could be someone who studied the case extensively. But I knew better. The letter wasn't just about the escape. It mentioned details that had never been made public. References to guard rotation patterns that were classified. Descriptions of cell modifications that weren't in any official report. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been there, who'd lived through those final months of preparation. There's more, Jimmy continued. The letter mentions a meeting place, coordinates in the Bay Area, where supposedly Frank Morris left something hidden before the escape. Information that was too dangerous to carry. The writer claims it's still there, waiting for someone brave enough to look. The coordinates led to a section of Angel Island State Park, near the spot where the makeshift raft materials had been found 51 years earlier. Against every instinct for self-preservation I'd developed, I found myself hiking those trails the following weekend, searching for something I couldn't name. It was hidden in a cave that didn't appear on any park maps, sealed behind rocks that looked natural but showed tool marks when examined closely. A waterproof container, military surplus from the 1960s, containing documents that made my blood run cold. Guard schedules from Alcatraz, annotated with personal notes about corruption and smuggling operations. Photographs of prison officials meeting with men in expensive suits who didn't appear in any government directories. Financial records showing payments from offshore accounts to wardens and guards who lived far beyond their official salaries. Most damning was a handwritten journal in Frank Morris's distinctive script, documenting what he'd witnessed during his time at Alcatraz. The prison wasn't just housing criminals, It was housing witnesses to government activities that violated constitutional protections, political prisoners who'd been disappeared from the mainland, foreign nationals being held without diplomatic notification, test subjects for psychological experiments that would later be revealed as part of the MKUltra program. The final entry, dated 2 days before the escape, was prophetic in its certainty. We're not breaking out to be free, we're breaking out to stay alive. What we know, what we've seen, makes us more dangerous to them than any criminal they've ever housed. If we stay, we disappear quietly. If we escape and get caught, we disappear loudly. Our only chance is to vanish completely and hope the truth survives us. The documents explained everything. The official insistence on the drowning theory, the suppression of evidence, the systematic elimination of witnesses. The Alcatraz escape wasn't a crime to be solved. It was a national security incident to be contained. Morris and the Anglins hadn't just witnessed classified activities. They documented them, created a record of government crimes that could destroy careers and topple administrations. Their escape was both an act of desperation and a gamble that someday someone would be brave enough to tell their story. Reading those pages in the dim light of that hidden cave, I finally understood the true scope of the self-destruction paradox. The very actions taken to hide the truth had preserved it. The efforts to silence witnesses had created evidence. The attempts to erase history had documented it in detail. But understanding the truth and proving it were different challenges entirely. The men who'd orchestrated the cover-up were dead or retired, their crimes protected by classification systems and institutional amnesia. The witnesses were gone, scattered or silenced by 5 decades of systematic intimidation. Yet the letter kept haunting me. Someone claiming to be John Anglin, dying and desperate, reaching out across 50 years of silence to offer one final revelation. The FBI had dismissed it as a hoax, but their dismissal felt too quick, too certain, too reminiscent of the patterns I'd seen decades earlier. Late at night, when the pain in my chest reminded me of my own mortality, I wondered about the fates of 3 men who'd gambled everything on an impossible escape. Had they found freedom in the jungles of South America? Had they lived out their days under assumed names, carrying secrets too dangerous to share? Or had they been caught, disappeared into black sites where their knowledge died with them? The letter writer claimed John Anglin had survived into the 21st century, living with the weight of knowledge that could never be shared, watching as history branded him a criminal, while the real criminals wore badges and held office. If true, it was a torture more cruel than any prison cell, to know the truth and be unable to speak it, to carry justice in your heart while injustice wore your name. I kept the documents for 6 months before making my decision. They couldn't stay hidden. Too many people had died to protect these secrets, and too many others deserved to know the truth. But releasing them publicly would accomplish nothing except getting me killed and the evidence destroyed. Instead, I chose a different path. I copied everything, hid the copies in locations scattered across the country, and left instructions for their release upon my death. If the government wanted to suppress the truth, they'd have to do it posthumously, when I could no longer be intimidated or eliminated. The original documents I returned to their hiding place on Angel Island, along with my own written account of the investigation. Future generations might find them, might understand what they represented, might finally give Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers the justice they'd been denied for over half a century. But justice, I was learning, was a luxury the living could rarely afford. It was a gift we could only leave for the dead, a truth we could only speak when our own voices had been silenced. The morphine makes it difficult to focus, but I need to finish this recording while I still can. The doctors say hours now, maybe a day if I'm stubborn enough to fight the inevitable. I've been fighting for 78 years. What's one more battle against the darkness? I've spent 53 years carrying the weight of what I learned about Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. 53 years of waking up in cold sweats, wondering if today would be the day federal agents knocked on my door with a permanent solution to my inconvenient knowledge. 53 years of looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror, and jumping at unexpected phone calls. The truth is a heavy burden when you're carrying it alone. I don't know if Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers lived out their days in Brazilian freedom. sipping caipirinhas on Ipanema Beach and laughing at the federal agents who'd spent decades searching for their corpses. I don't know if they died namelessly in some government facility, their final words lost in soundproof rooms designed to swallow screams. But I do know this with absolute certainty. They didn't drown in San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The evidence was always there for anyone brave enough to look past the official narrative. The car theft, the witness statements, the photographs from South America, the Christmas cards signed with familiar initials, each piece individually dismissed as coincidence or hoax, but collectively forming a picture of survival that powerful people needed to deny. The government's insistence on the drowning theory wasn't about maintaining Alcatraz's reputation or protecting prison security. It was about hiding activities that violated every principle America claimed to represent. The research programs, the intelligence operations, the systematic elimination of witnesses, all of it justified by national security classifications that turned constitutional protections into classified waste paper. Morris and the Anglins weren't just criminals who pulled off the perfect escape. They were inconvenient witnesses to state-sanctioned crimes, men whose continued existence threatened to expose a shadow government that operated beyond law, beyond oversight, beyond accountability. Their escape became their crime, their knowledge became their death sentence, their survival became a national security threat that required decades of cover-ups, intimidation, and murder to contain. I've left evidence of everything I'd discovered, hidden in multiple locations protected by legal arrangements that will trigger automatic release upon my death. Some truths are too important to die with the men who discover them. The morphine is winning now, and the room is getting darker. But before I fade away, I want to leave you with this final thought. Alcatraz was never escape-proof because its walls were too high or its waters too cold. It was escape-proof because the government made survival more dangerous than imprisonment, freedom more terrifying than captivity. The greatest prison isn't built with stone and steel. It's built with silence and fear, with official denials and convenient accidents, with careers destroyed and witnesses disappeared. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers didn't die in San Francisco Bay. The Bay didn't kill them. The silence did. And silence. Silence is the strongest prison of all. But even silence eventually comes to an end. Recording ends with the sound of steady breathing that gradually grows fainter, until only the mechanical hum of hospital equipment remains. Found among Detective Raymond Kowalski's personal effects, along with detailed instructions for the release of sealed documents and recordings. To whoever finds this recording and follows the trail I've left behind, my name was Detective Raymond Kowalski, badge number 2847, San Francisco Police Department. I died on December 20th, 2021, at 3:17 a.m., alone except for the ghosts of 3 men whose story I spent a lifetime trying to tell. If you're reading this, it means the legal mechanisms I put in place have been triggered. Safety deposit boxes in 7 different states will have been opened. Law offices in 4 different cities will have released sealed documents. Digital files stored in multiple secure locations will have been automatically transmitted to journalists, historians, and government oversight committees. I've spent 53 years preparing for this moment, the moment when my voice could finally break the silence that has protected one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. The documents you now have access to represent only a fraction of what was hidden. For every piece of evidence I managed to preserve, dozens more were destroyed by people who understood that truth was their greatest enemy. But what remains is enough. Enough to prove that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape from Alcatraz. Enough to demonstrate the systematic suppression of evidence by multiple government agencies. Enough to show that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie designed to protect state secrets more valuable than human lives. I need you to understand something. The men who orchestrated this cover-up weren't comic book villains twirling their mustaches in shadowy rooms. They were patriots in their own minds. They believed that protecting classified operations was more important than acknowledging 3 escaped prisoners. They convinced themselves that national security justified any level of deception, any amount of witness intimidation, any degree of evidence suppression. They were wrong. In a democracy, truth cannot be classified indefinitely. justice cannot be postponed forever. The families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers deserve to know their fates. The American people deserve to know what their government did in their name. History deserved an accurate record, not a convenient fiction. I've carried this burden alone because I was afraid of losing my pension, my reputation, my life, afraid of being dismissed as a conspiracy theorist or a disgruntled cop, afraid that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except getting me killed. But fear, I've learned, is just another form of prison, and like Alcatraz itself, it's only escape-proof as long as you believe the walls are stronger than your determination to break free. To the families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, your loved ones were not the criminals history has made them out to be. They were witnesses to government crimes who paid the ultimate price for their knowledge. Whether they found freedom in South America or died in government custody, they deserved better than 50 years of official denial and systematic character assassination. To the government officials who will undoubtedly attempt to discredit these revelations, your time is over. The men who created this cover-up are dead. The operations they were protecting have been declassified or exposed through other channels. The only thing your continued denials accomplish is further damage to public trust in institutions that have already lost too much credibility. To the historians and journalists who will investigate these claims, be careful, be thorough, be brave. The people who killed witnesses and destroyed evidence may be gone, but the systems they created to protect state secrets remain in place. Truth-telling is still a dangerous profession in America. To Frank Morris, John Anglin, and Clarence Anglin, wherever your final resting places may be, your story is finally being told. Your truth is finally being spoken. Your silence is finally being broken. You escaped from Alcatraz on June 11th, 1962. You survived the waters of San Francisco Bay. You lived beyond that night, whatever your ultimate fates may have been. History will remember you not as the criminals who failed to escape, but as the men who succeeded too well for the government's comfort. Your greatest escape wasn't from prison. It was from the official narrative that tried to erase you from history. That escape, at least, was permanent. Final statement for the record. I, Detective Raymond Kowalski, being of sound mind and facing imminent death, do hereby swear under oath that every statement in this recording and its accompanying documents represents the truth as I discovered it through my official investigation into the Alcatraz escape of 1962. I have knowingly risked my career, my safety, and my life to preserve this information. I have done so not for personal gain or professional advancement, but because I believe that in a democracy, truth belongs to the people, not to the bureaucrats who find it inconvenient. If my death occurs under suspicious circumstances, if these documents are somehow suppressed or discredited, if this recording mysteriously disappears, let it stand as evidence that the cover-up I've documented continues to claim lives. But if this message reaches you intact, if the truth I've preserved finally sees daylight, then maybe, just maybe, the strongest prison of all has finally been breached. The silence is broken, the truth is free, and Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers can finally rest in peace, knowing their story has been told. Badge 2847, signing off for the final time. The glow of 17 monitors bathed Elias Corrin's face in an ethereal blue light as his fingers danced across 3 keyboards simultaneously. In the depths of his converted basement apartment, time moved differently. Days blurred into nights, and nights stretched endlessly as he navigated the labyrinthine pathways of the dark web like a digital archaeologist, uncovering humanity's buried secrets. At 32, Elias had already earned and lost 2 fortunes through his hacking prowess. First fortune came easily, a teenage prodigy exploiting security vulnerabilities for corporate clients who paid millions to keep their weaknesses secret. He'd lived like a digital king, penthouses overlooking Silicon Valley, exotic cars that remained untouched in climate-controlled garages, while he preferred the glow of his monitors to sunlight. That first fortune vanished when he exposed Meridian Pharmaceuticals' cover-up of deadly side effects in their breakthrough arthritis medication. The leaked documents showed they'd known their drug caused cardiac episodes in 12% of patients over 60, but had buried the studies to protect their $10 billion investment. Elias had expected whistleblower protection. Instead, he found himself blacklisted from every major tech company, his reputation destroyed by a coordinated character assassination campaign that painted him as an unstable idealist who couldn't be trusted with sensitive information. The second fortune came from smaller clients, criminal organisations, corporate espionage rings, government contractors who needed deniability. The work paid well but corroded his soul, each job pulling him deeper into the shadows of the digital underworld. That money disappeared into legal fees after a wrongful arrest for hacking the Federal Reserve, a crime he hadn't committed but couldn't prove he hadn't, given his reputation and the circumstantial evidence that seemed perfectly crafted to implicate him. 2 years in minimum security prison had shown him the true cost of challenging powerful systems. The other inmates respected his technical skills, but the guards treated him like a dangerous terrorist. Solitary confinement stretched for months whenever he complained about conditions or tried to organise better treatment for his fellow prisoners. By the time he was released on a technicality, evidence had mysteriously gone missing. He'd learned that the system didn't just punish dissent, it transformed dissidents into cautionary tales. Now, money meant nothing to him, only truth mattered. His obsession with secret societies began innocently enough, a childhood fascination sparked by his grandfather's stories about World War II intelligence operations. The old man had worked as a codebreaker for the OSS, predecessor to the CIA, and had filled young Elias's imagination with tales of hidden messages and shadow wars. After his grandfather's death when Elias was 12, he'd found boxes of declassified documents in the attic, revealing just how much of recent history had been shaped by invisible hands. That childhood fascination evolved into a methodical hunt for evidence as he grew older and acquired the technical skills to dig deeper than amateur conspiracy theorists ever could. While other hackers chased Bitcoin fortunes and corporate espionage contracts, Elias pursued shadows and whispers, digital phantoms that most people dismissed as paranoid delusions. He'd spent years infiltrating closed forums where former intelligence operatives shared war stories, decrypting abandoned hard drives from defunct government contractors, and following digital breadcrumbs through the dark web's most obscure corners. His apartment had become a digital monastery dedicated to the pursuit of hidden truth, every surface covered with the tools and detritus of obsessive investigation. The apartment reflected his singular focus: pizza boxes stacked like ancient monuments between towers of computer equipment, energy drink cans forming metallic armies across every surface, and cables snaking through the darkness like digital veins feeding his electronic ecosystem. His only companions were the hum of cooling fans working overtime to prevent his overclocked processors from melting down, and the occasional, satisfied grunt when another firewall fell to his expertise. The basement location was perfect for his needs: thick concrete walls that muffled sound and blocked electromagnetic interference, a dedicated power line that could handle his massive electrical requirements, and most importantly, no windows for curious neighbours to peer through. He'd been living there for 18 months, ever since his release from prison, paying cash to a landlord who asked no questions as long as the rent arrived on time. His setup was a temple to digital paranoia, 17 monitors arranged in a semicircle around his custom-built chair, each screen dedicated to different aspects of his ongoing investigations. 3 keyboards allowed him to manage multiple intrusion attempts simultaneously, while a collection of smartphones, each running different operating systems and connected to various networks through proxy chains, kept him connected to his sources around the globe. The walls were lined with hard drives, each containing terabytes of encrypted data collected from years of systematic investigation. Backup systems ensured that even if authorities raided the apartment, copies of everything would remain safely hidden in data centers across 3 continents. He'd learned from his previous arrests that physical evidence was only as secure as your ability to keep it out of enemy hands. Tonight felt different. As rain drummed against the boarded windows, he'd covered them himself for security reasons, Elias's automated scanners detected something unusual. The software he'd written monitored thousands of government servers simultaneously, looking for anomalous data signatures that might indicate classified information stored in supposedly routine systems. Most alerts were false positives, but after years of refinement, his algorithms had learned to distinguish between genuine anomalies and random digital noise. This particular signal was trying too hard to look ordinary, which was exactly what made it suspicious. A government proxy server deep within the Department of Homeland Security's network infrastructure was handling traffic patterns that didn't match any known legitimate use. The data packets were the right size and frequency to appear routine, but they carried encryption signatures that suggested military-grade security protecting something far more sensitive than typical administrative communications. Most hackers would have dismissed it as a honeypot, a trap designed to lure in digital intruders, but Elias had learned to read between the digital lines over years of careful observation. This signal felt different, older, like it had been running for decades without anyone paying attention to what it was actually protecting. He leaned back in his chair, cracking his knuckles with the deliberate ritual of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. The proxy was 3 layers deep in government infrastructure, protected by military-grade encryption that would take months to crack through conventional means. But Elias had developed unconventional means over the years. His fingers resumed their dance, this time with the measured precision of a master pianist performing a familiar concerto. Code flowed across his screens like poetry written in 1s and 0s, each line bringing him closer to whatever lay hidden in the digital vault. As the final encryption layer crumbled at 3:47 a.m, Elias held his breath. The archive that materialized before him contained terabytes of data, but it was the file structure that made his pulse quicken. Everything was organized with the kind of meticulous care reserved for the most sensitive operations. Categorical folders with cryptic names like cultural implementation, behavioral modification, and asset management. He opened the first file and the world as he understood it began to unravel. The contracts appeared first, hundreds of them, stretching back decades like a paper trail through the shadow history of American culture. Entertainment companies, advertising agencies, record labels, movie studios, television networks, and news corporations all bound by identical non-disclosure agreements that ran to thousands of pages each. The legal language was deliberately obscure, buried in terminology that would confuse even experienced corporate lawyers who specialized in media contracts. But Elias had taught himself to decode legal doublespeak during his prison sentence, spending countless hours in the law library learning how power structures protected themselves through linguistic camouflage. Each contract referenced cultural programming initiatives and synchronized messaging protocols, with payment structures that dwarfed typical entertainment industry deals. Millions of dollars flowing to seemingly random projects, indie films that barely recouped production costs, music albums that never charted, advertising campaigns for products that didn't seem to exist. All payments were approved by a shell company called Apex Cultural Dynamics, whose corporate registration traced through a labyrinthine network of offshore entities. Elias followed the money trail through banks in Switzerland, shell corporations in the Cayman Islands, trust funds in Luxembourg, and holding companies in jurisdictions he'd never heard of. Every lead ultimately vanished into legal structures so complex they seemed designed more for obfuscation than profit. The internal memos were more revealing, written in the casual tone of executives who felt completely secure in their communications. Corporate leaders from supposedly competing companies discussed narrative adjustments and public sentiment cultivation, like weather forecasters predicting next week's conditions. One memo from a major news network's CEO, dated just 6 months ago, read, "Per our discussion with ACD representatives, the upcoming election cycle requires a 15% increase in anxiety-inducing content during primetime hours. Latest psychological impact studies suggest optimal effectiveness when paired with consumer advertising for comfort products and security solutions." Another memo from a streaming entertainment company outlined specific quotas. Q3 targets include 40% increase in dystopian future programming, 25% increase in surveillance state normalization themes, an introduction of transhumanist concepts through minimum of 12 original series. Demographic targeting should focus on the 18 to 34 age range for maximum long-term conditioning effectiveness. The coordination between supposedly independent media companies was breathtaking in scope. Competing networks shared detailed viewer psychological profiles, coordinated their news coverage to maximize specific emotional responses, and even synchronized their entertainment programming to reinforce particular worldviews. The memos discussed marketing research into subliminal messaging techniques, optimal timing for narrative reinforcement, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from organic cultural trends. Video stills scattered throughout the files showed meetings in nondescript conference rooms. Faces were often obscured, but the visible details painted a chilling picture. Executives from competing companies sitting side by side, reviewing presentations with titles like Mass Behavioral Prediction Models and Subliminal Integration Techniques. But it was the symbols that made Elias's blood run cold. They appeared everywhere, in corporate logos embedded in document headers, even watermarked into video files. The all-seeing eye perched atop pyramids, numerical sequences that corresponded to occult traditions, and geometric patterns that seemed random until viewed through the lens of esoteric knowledge. As dawn broke unnoticed outside his boarded windows, Elias began constructing his theory. The Illuminati weren't just folklore, they were real, organised, and operating in plain sight. Rather than ruling through force or political manipulation, they had evolved into something far more sophisticated. Cultural engineers who shaped reality through the careful manipulation of information and entertainment. The fragments suggested a coordinated effort spanning decades. Movies that promoted specific worldviews, music that carried subliminal messages, news coverage that guided public opinion toward predetermined conclusions. Every major cultural event seemed to serve a purpose beyond mere profit or entertainment. Elias created a new encrypted partition on his most secure drive and began organising the evidence. Each piece of the puzzle revealed new connections, new layers of coordination that defied conventional understanding of how media and culture operated. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying, but this was just the first door. As he prepared to dive deeper into the archive, a notification appeared on his screen. New files were uploading automatically to the server, added in real time from sources around the globe. The conspiracy wasn't just historical, it was happening now, every day, with machine-like precision. Elias smiled grimly and opened another energy drink. He had work to do. 3 days of continuous analysis revealed patterns so pervasive they defied coincidence. Elias's custom data mining algorithms had processed thousands of hours of Super Bowl halftime shows, major film releases, top-charting music, and primetime television programming, cross-referencing them with the archived documents he'd discovered. His software compared visual elements, audio frequencies, narrative structures, and symbolic content with mathematical precision that human observation alone could never achieve. The results were undeniable and terrifying. Every major halftime show since 2005 contained specific visual elements that served purposes beyond entertainment. Choreographed movements formed geometric patterns when viewed from aerial cameras, patterns that matched sacred geometry principles known to influence human consciousness. Lighting sequences pulsed at precisely calibrated frequencies, 10 Hz to induce alpha brain states associated with relaxation and suggestibility, 40 Hz bursts to trigger gamma waves linked to heightened emotional responses, and infrasound frequencies below human hearing that created subliminal anxiety responses. The costume designs weren't random fashion choices. They incorporated symbols from the archived files with mathematical precision. Ancient Egyptian imagery, Masonic symbols, occult numerology, but presented in ways that bypassed conscious recognition. The performers themselves were likely unaware of the deeper significance, but the production companies certainly understood every detail. Internal emails discussed symbolic integration quotas and archetypal reinforcement targets with the clinical precision of pharmaceutical dosing guidelines. Hollywood's role was even more sophisticated, operating as a vast conditioning apparatus disguised as entertainment. Elias discovered that blockbuster films weren't just profitable products. They were psychological programming exercises designed to shift public consciousness over decades. Action movies systematically normalized surveillance states, extrajudicial violence, and the acceptability of authoritarian responses to perceived threats. Romantic comedies promoted specific relationship models that prioritize consumption, instant gratification, and emotional instability over lasting partnership and family formation. Science fiction films served as perhaps the most insidious tool of all. They introduced technological and social concepts years before their real-world implementation, ensuring public acceptance when they finally emerged. Movies about neural implants preceded actual brain-computer interface development by exactly the time needed for audience conditioning. Films depicting cashless societies appeared precisely when digital currency infrastructure was being developed. Dystopian scenarios were presented as cautionary tales, while simultaneously making the depicted futures seem inevitable and acceptable. The music industry operated as the most direct delivery system for repetitive psychological messaging. Elias's analysis revealed that hit songs across all genres shared common structural elements designed to trigger specific neurological responses. Repetitive hooks created obsessive thought patterns, bass frequencies induced physical arousal responses, and lyrical themes consistently promoted materialism, emotional chaos, instant gratification, and distrust of traditional social bonds. Chart success wasn't organic. It was engineered through coordinated promotion campaigns that used psychological manipulation techniques, refined through decades of marketing research. Record companies employed neuroscience consultants who designed songs to be literally addictive, triggering dopamine responses that created compulsive listening behaviours. The most successful artists weren't necessarily the most talented. They were the most effective delivery vehicles for predetermined psychological content. But the most chilling discovery came when Elias cross-referenced celebrity deaths with financial markets and policy implementations, using algorithms that could detect correlations across vast datasets that human analysis would miss. The patterns were subtle but statistically undeniable. Whenever a particularly influential public figure died under questionable circumstances, the news cycle would shift dramatically within hours. Public attention would focus intensely on mourning and memorial coverage, while significant legislation passed through Congress, with minimal scrutiny or public debate. Michael Jackson's death had coincided with the most controversial aspects of healthcare reform debates, providing a massive distraction precisely when public opposition was reaching critical mass. Whitney Houston's demise dominated headlines during crucial banking regulation discussions that would have reshaped Wall Street oversight. Prince's passing created a week-long media obsession that completely buried coverage of surveillance law expansions that civil liberties groups had been fighting for months. Each event generated exactly the right emotional state to facilitate predetermined political outcomes. The deaths created collective grief that made the public more passive and receptive to authority, while the intensive media coverage consumed the attention bandwidth that might otherwise have focused on policy changes. The timing wasn't coincidental, it was orchestrated with mathematical precision. Elias found evidence suggesting that some celebrity deaths might have been actively induced rather than simply exploited. Medical records showed unusual patterns of prescription drug interactions. Security camera footage from crucial moments was consistently corrupted or missing, and autopsy results often contained anomalies that suggested external intervention. The pattern was consistent across dozens of cases spanning 3 decades. But even more disturbing was the systematic cultivation of celebrity instability. Internal documents from talent agencies and record companies outlined deliberate strategies for creating psychological dependence, drug addiction, and emotional instability in their most valuable assets. The goal wasn't profit maximization, it was creating performers who could be easily manipulated and, when necessary, destroyed at moments that served larger political purposes. The conspiracy had weaponized celebrity worship itself, turning the public's emotional investment in famous figures into a tool for mass psychological manipulation. Every death became a ritual that renewed the collective trauma bonding between citizens and their media-created gods, making the population more dependent on external authority figures and less capable of independent critical thinking. Elias created a digital conspiracy board on his largest monitor, a sprawling network of connections that would have impressed investigative agencies worldwide if they hadn't been complicit in the system he was mapping. Red lines linked entertainment companies to intelligence agencies through shared personnel, financial investments, and operational coordination. Blue lines traced money flows through the labyrinthine network of shell corporations, revealing how massive sums moved between seemingly unrelated organizations. Green lines mapped the precise timing of cultural events to policy implementations, showing correlation patterns that achieved statistical significance far beyond chance. The board revealed the Illuminati's true genius. They had weaponized human attention itself, transforming consciousness into a battlefield where wars were fought through carefully orchestrated information campaigns. In an age of information overload, controlling what people focused on had become more valuable than controlling what they thought. Distraction had evolved into the ultimate form of mind control, more effective than physical force because victims participated willingly in their own manipulation. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation, orchestrated through the entertainment media complex. Fashion cycles that promoted specific body images and consumption behaviours. Social media trends that encouraged narcissistic self-documentation and reduced attention spans. Political movements that channeled genuine grievances into harmless symbolic protests that changed nothing. Even conspiracy theories themselves appeared to be guided phenomena, designed to discredit legitimate questioning by associating it with obviously false claims. As Elias studied his creation through bloodshot eyes that hadn't seen natural light in days, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will and human autonomy. The manipulation wasn't just cultural, it was neurological. The constant stream of engineered content was literally rewiring human brains on a species level, creating generations of people whose thoughts and desires had been shaped by external forces since birth. The evidence suggested that the traditional concept of individual choice had become largely illusory. In a world where every piece of information was filtered through manipulated channels, where every cultural touchstone carried hidden programming, where every social trend was artificially generated, what did it mean to make an independent decision? The conspiracy had achieved something more insidious than totalitarianism. They had created voluntary slavery disguised as freedom of choice. As Elias studied his creation, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation. Fashion cycles, social media behaviours, political movements, even conspiracy theories, all potentially guided by the same hidden hand. The realization struck him like a physical blow. If they could control culture so completely, how could he be certain his own obsession with finding them wasn't part of their plan? The media conglomerate's server proved surprisingly easy to penetrate, which should have been Elias's first warning. Titan Communications owned 17 major news networks, 43 radio stations, controlling interests in 12 social media platforms, and content distribution deals with virtually every major streaming service. Their annual revenue exceeded the GDP of most small nations, and their influence over global information flow was effectively unparalleled in human history. Their security should have been impenetrable. Military contractors protected their networks. They employed former NSA specialists as cybersecurity consultants, and their server farms were housed in facilities that rivaled government installations. Yet Elias's intrusion tools sliced through their defences like a hot knife through butter, encountering minimal resistance and no countermeasures. It was almost as if they wanted him inside their systems. The internal documents were even more damning than the government archive, revealing coordination that made wartime propaganda efforts look amateur by comparison. Daily emails outlined narrative priorities for each news cycle, complete with psychological impact assessments, demographic targeting strategies, and measurable public sentiment targets. The language was coldly clinical, reducing human emotion and belief to data points on quarterly performance spreadsheets. Editorial meetings were recorded and transcribed with military precision. News directors from supposedly competing networks participated in weekly coordination calls, where they discussed upcoming stories, agreed on messaging frameworks, and divided coverage responsibilities to ensure comprehensive narrative saturation. The goal wasn't profit, it was behavioural modification on a civilizational scale. One particularly chilling document was titled MK Ultra Evolution, Modern Behavioural Modification Through Repetitive Exposure. It outlined techniques that made the CIA's infamous mind control experiments look primitive and inefficient by comparison. Rather than targeting individuals through drugs and trauma, the new methods focused on mass psychological conditioning through carefully orchestrated media campaigns that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The manual explained in disturbing detail how repetitive exposure to specific imagery, sound frequencies, narrative structures, and emotional triggers could alter brain chemistry over extended periods. Citizens weren't being brainwashed in the traditional sense. They were being neurologically rewired through their daily media consumption, with changes that accumulated gradually over years and decades. The process was so subtle and pervasive that victims never realised their thoughts weren't entirely their own. Predictive programming emerged as a central technique in their arsenal. By introducing concepts, technologies, and social changes through fictional entertainment, before implementing them in reality, the manipulators could bypass critical thinking entirely. Audiences would unconsciously accept new surveillance technologies, social norms, and political systems because they had been psychologically prepared through years of entertainment conditioning that made the changes feel familiar and inevitable. The technique was devastatingly effective because it exploited fundamental aspects of human psychology. People naturally accepted ideas they had encountered multiple times, even if the initial exposure came through obviously fictional sources. The brain treated repeated fictional scenarios as potential realities, creating neural pathways that made actual implementation feel like a natural progression rather than a radical change. The financial section revealed the true scope of the operation. Trillions of dollars flowed through the network annually, dwarfing the budgets of most nations. The money came from unexpected sources: pension funds, insurance companies, even charitable foundations unknowingly contributed to the conspiracy through complex investment structures. But the most disturbing discovery was the coordination between intelligence agencies, banking institutions, entertainment corporations, and technology companies, operating as a unified organism despite their apparent competition and conflicting interests. Weekly video conferences brought together representatives from the CIA, Federal Reserve, major studios, social media platforms, and multinational technology corporations. They discussed sentiment management and narrative synchronization with the casual professionalism of corporate executives planning quarterly sales targets. The recordings revealed a shadow government that operated through corporate proxies rather than official political channels. Traditional governmental power had been largely superseded by a network of private organizations that could implement policy through market manipulation and cultural conditioning without the messy inconvenience of democratic oversight. Elections still occurred, but they had become elaborate theatre productions designed to maintain the illusion of popular sovereignty, while real decisions were made in boardrooms that the public never saw. News cycles weren't random or market-driven. They were orchestrated months in advance by committees that included intelligence operatives, banking executives, media moguls, and technology leaders. Wars provided distraction from economic manipulation while generating massive profits for defence contractors. Celebrity scandals offered convenient cover for political corruption investigations. Natural disasters created opportunities to implement emergency powers that somehow always became permanent fixtures of the expanded surveillance state. Every major event served multiple purposes in a grand design that stretched across decades. The 2008 financial crisis had been engineered to consolidate banking power while conditioning the public to accept bailouts as normal economic policy. The COVID-19 pandemic had accelerated digital transformation initiatives while normalising remote monitoring and social isolation. Climate change narratives were being used to justify energy sector reorganisation and carbon credit markets that would generate enormous profits for the same financial institutions that had caused previous economic crises. Elias found recorded conversations between news anchors and their handlers that destroyed any remaining illusion about journalistic integrity. Popular television personalities who projected authority and trustworthiness were revealed as knowing participants in psychological manipulation campaigns, carefully crafting emotional triggers with the precision of weapons designers. They discussed techniques for inducing specific brain states in viewers, optimal timing for fear-based messaging, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from legitimate news reporting. The most chilling recordings involved discussions of population control strategies disguised as public health initiatives. Representatives from pharmaceutical companies, government health agencies, and media corporations coordinated messaging campaigns designed to promote dependency on medical interventions while discouraging natural immunity and traditional healing practices. The goal wasn't public health. It was creating a population that required constant pharmaceutical management to function normally. Mental health treatment had been weaponized through carefully designed chemical interventions that didn't cure underlying problems but created permanent pharmaceutical dependencies. Educational systems were being restructured to produce workers who could follow complex instructions but lacked the critical thinking skills to question authority. Even exercise and nutrition guidelines were manipulated to ensure that optimal physical and mental health remained just out of reach for the general population. The evidence was overwhelming, but as Elias prepared to copy the files to his secure drives, an error message appeared. Access denied. User privileges revoked. The server was locking him out in real time, which meant someone was actively monitoring his intrusion. He worked frantically to extract what data he could, but the digital walls were closing in. As the connection terminated, one final document appeared briefly on his screen. A personnel file with his photograph in the header Asset Management, Elias Corin, Status, Active Monitoring. The file vanished before he could read it completely, but the implications were clear. They knew he was coming. Desperation drove Elias deeper into the network than he had ever dared venture. Using techniques that bordered on digital necromancy, he resurrected connection pathways that should have been impossible to access. The risk was enormous. Each probe left digital fingerprints that could lead authorities directly to his door. But the glimpse of his own file had transformed his quest from curiosity to survival. The recordings he discovered in the deepest server vaults were audio files from meetings that shouldn't have existed, according to any official record. High-definition audio captured conversations between intelligence officials, Federal Reserve Board members, entertainment executives, technology billionaires, pharmaceutical industry leaders, and representatives from organizations he'd never heard of but whose influence seemed to span continents. They discussed the future of human consciousness like generals planning military campaigns against an enemy population. The meetings followed a rigid schedule. Every third Wednesday of each month, participants would gather in a location identified only as the facility to review progress on what they called the Integration Project. The audio quality suggested advanced surveillance equipment, possibly indicating that someone within their organization was documenting everything for purposes that remained unclear. One recording from a meeting dated 6 months ago made his blood freeze in his veins. Phase 7. Implementation has exceeded all projections, reported a woman's voice that analysis software identified as belonging to a major pharmaceutical company executive. Antidepressant dependency rates have reached 23% of the adult population in target demographics. Cognitive function degradation is proceeding on schedule, with marked decreases in long-term planning abilities and resistance to authority structures. Another voice, male with a distinctive southern accent. The cryptocurrency infrastructure is approaching full readiness for behavioural tracking integration. Once we achieve real-time monitoring of every financial transaction, thought control becomes mathematically precise. Every purchase will inform our psychological profiles. Every payment will be subject to conditional approval based on compliance metrics. Money itself becomes the ultimate surveillance and control mechanism. A third voice, older and carrying unmistakable authority. Excellent progress. The entertainment division reports successful integration of transhumanist themes across all major platforms. Public acceptance of neural interface technology has increased 23% since the campaign began, with particularly strong adoption rates among the 18 to 34 demographic. We're ready for beta testing in select metropolitan markets next quarter. The conversations continued for hours, revealing a surveillance state that made Orwell's 1984 look like a children's story. They weren't just watching citizens, they were psychologically profiling entire populations in real time, predicting dissent before it emerged, and neutralizing threats through targeted manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The system was so sophisticated that most people would never realize they were living under complete psychological control. The integration project appeared to be the culmination of decades of research into human behavior modification. Rather than controlling people through force or obvious propaganda, they had created a system that guided human decision-making through carefully crafted environmental pressures. Every choice citizens made was influenced by factors they never recognized as external manipulation, creating the illusion of free will while ensuring predetermined outcomes. Food additives that affected brain chemistry, architectural designs that induced specific emotional states, lighting frequencies that influence circadian rhythms, sound pollution calibrated to create chronic stress. Every aspect of modern life had been optimized to create psychological conditions that made populations easier to manage. The genius was that victims participated willingly in their own subjugation, often defending the very systems that enslaved them. The Watcher Protocol emerged as their most sophisticated tool. Rather than silencing conspiracy theorists and dissidents, they monitored them continuously, studying their methods and psychology. The dial was used to identify others with similar thinking patterns, creating detailed maps of potential resistance before it could organize effectively. But the most chilling revelation was their approach to handling discovered threats. They didn't assassinate or imprison troublesome individuals, they drove them insane. Subtle psychological pressure, engineered coincidences, and carefully orchestrated personal tragedies would destroy a person's credibility and mental stability. Victims became their own worst enemies, discrediting themselves more effectively than any external force could. Elias found case studies documenting the destruction of dozens of individuals who had gotten too close to the truth. Journalists who suffered sudden career implosions, researchers who developed inexplicable mental health problems, hackers who became paranoid and unstable. The pattern was consistent. Initial discovery, followed by escalating pressure until the subject either retreated into obscurity or self-destructed publicly. As he absorbed this information, strange coincidences began occurring in his own life. His internet connection inexplicably slowed at crucial moments. Phone calls developed electronic interference. His food delivery orders were mysteriously cancelled or delayed. Each incident was minor and easily dismissed as random bad luck, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. Someone was watching. Elias tried to dismiss his growing paranoia as a natural reaction to the disturbing information he was processing. But late at night, when the city was quiet and his monitors provided the only light, he sometimes heard footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment. They would pause at his door for exactly 30 seconds before continuing down the corridor. The recordings had mentioned something else, something that made his hands shake as he worked. Subject 347 shows exceptional pattern recognition abilities. Psychological profile suggests high probability of success in reaching final verification stage. Recommend maintaining current stimuli until extraction protocols can be implemented. He had no way of knowing for certain, but the timing suggested a horrible possibility. He might be Subject 347. The decision to leak his findings publicly felt like stepping off a cliff. Elias had accumulated enough evidence to expose a conspiracy that dwarfed anything in human history, but he knew that releasing it would likely cost him his life, or worse, his sanity. Yet the alternative was remaining silent while humanity sleepwalked toward a digital totalitarianism that would make physical oppression obsolete. He began by seeding information across the dark web's most secure forums, using identity masking techniques that should have made him untraceable. The posts were carefully crafted to appear as random discoveries by different users, avoiding the pattern recognition algorithms that monitored conspiracy communities. Each fragment of evidence was real but incomplete, requiring readers to connect the dots themselves. The response was immediate and disturbing. His posts gained traction quickly, too quickly. Within hours, they were being shared across platforms, analysed by citizen journalists, and discussed in mainstream media as examples of dangerous misinformation. The speed of the reaction suggested a coordinated response, as if the revelation had been anticipated and prepared for in advance. More troubling was the nature of the responses. While some users took the evidence seriously, others immediately began discrediting it with arguments that seemed too sophisticated to be spontaneous. They pointed to technical inconsistencies that Elias was certain didn't exist, questioned source authenticity with forensic expertise that suggested professional training, and redirected discussions toward harmless tangents that neutered the information's impact. Within days, his revelations were being treated as another internet conspiracy theory, filed alongside flat earth theories and lizard people claims. The evidence was dismissed not through logical refutation, but through association with obviously false ideas, a technique the archived documents had called cognitive contamination. As the online discussions evolved, Elias realised he was watching a masterpiece of psychological manipulation in real time. The truth was being buried not through censorship, but through calculated flooding with disinformation. His genuine evidence was drowning in a sea of deliberate nonsense, making it impossible for reasonable people to distinguish fact from fantasy. But the digital warfare was only the beginning. Physical reality began shifting around him in subtle but unmistakable ways. His internet speed slowed to a crawl whenever he tried to upload new evidence. Delivery services could no longer find his address. His phone developed a mysterious static that made conversations nearly impossible. Even his electricity began fluctuating at random intervals, causing his equipment to crash at the most inconvenient moments. The psychological pressure was more sophisticated than anything he had imagined from the case studies. Rather than obvious intimidation, he faced a constant series of minor inconveniences and technical failures that could be dismissed as coincidence by anyone who wasn't experiencing them directly. The effect was maddening, literally. He began questioning his own perceptions, wondering if paranoia was making him see patterns that didn't exist. Sleep became elusive as his apartment filled with unexplained sounds. Electronics hummed at frequencies that seemed designed to prevent rest. The heating system cycled erratically, creating temperature fluctuations that made comfort impossible. Water pressure dropped whenever he tried to shower, and his refrigerator developed a whine that stopped only when he was away from his computer. Friends and family members began expressing concern about his mental state, though he couldn't remember telling them about his research. They called with surprising frequency, all using similar language about the importance of seeking help and taking breaks from the computer. The conversations felt scripted, as if his loved ones were reading from prepared statements. As days blended into a haze of technical failures and social pressure, Elias realised he was living inside one of the case studies he'd discovered. They weren't just monitoring him, they were actively dismantling his life with surgical precision. But unlike the previous victims, he knew what was happening. That knowledge might be his only chance of survival. He had to reach the final layer of the archive before they completed their psychological destruction. If his theory was correct, the deepest files would contain the ultimate revelation, and possibly his salvation. The final server required every technique Elias had learned over 2 decades of hacking, protected by quantum encryption and guarded by AI systems that adapted to his intrusion attempts in real time. It represented the pinnacle of digital security. Yet as he worked through the night, fueled by desperation and the last of his energy drinks, the barriers fell with almost suspicious ease. The locked folder contained exactly what he had expected and feared: complete dossiers on hundreds of individuals, including himself. His file was massive, containing information that should have been impossible to collect. Screenshots of every computer session going back years, audio recordings from devices that shouldn't have had microphones, even biometric data tracking his health and emotional states in real time. But it was the analysis that truly horrified him. Psychological profiles predicted his behaviour with uncanny accuracy, mapping his personality down to neurological quirks that he had never shared with anyone. The files detailed his childhood trauma, relationship patterns, cognitive biases, and emotional triggers with clinical precision. They knew him better than he knew himself. The surveillance had begun long before his current investigation. Webcam captures showed him staring at monitors in his apartment, taken from angles that suggested multiple hidden cameras. Phone conversations with friends and family had been recorded and analysed for stress patterns and emotional manipulation opportunities. Even his online shopping habits, medical records, and financial transactions had been fed into behavioural prediction algorithms. Most disturbing was the timeline. The earliest entries in his file dated back 15 years, to when he had first begun investigating conspiracy theories as a college student. They hadn't just discovered his activities, they had been watching and shaping them from the beginning. Every major breakthrough in his hacking skills, every connection he had made in underground communities, every piece of evidence he'd uncovered, all had been carefully orchestrated. The documents revealed the true scope of his manipulation. The pharmaceutical company he had exposed years earlier, the leaked documents had been strategically placed for him to find. The wrongful arrest that had cost him his fortune, engineered to isolate him and fuel his paranoia. Even his current apartment had been selected for him, the basement location perfect for the psychological pressure techniques they planned to employ. But the most shattering revelation was still to come. As he scrolled through terabytes of personal data, a video file caught his attention. The timestamp showed it was recorded 3 days ago, the night he had first accessed the government server. The video showed him working at his computer, but the angle was impossible. The camera had to be inside his monitor, watching him as he discovered the conspiracy. He was staring at footage of himself reading about his own surveillance. The video continued, showing him creating his digital conspiracy board, making connections between entertainment companies and intelligence agencies, even the moment when he had first seen his own photograph in the corporate files. But there was something else, a timestamp in the corner that made no sense. According to the file properties, the video had been created 6 months before it was allegedly recorded. His hand shaking, Elias cross-referenced the timestamp with other files in his dossier. The pattern that emerged destroyed everything he thought he knew about his investigation. Every revelation, every breakthrough, every piece of evidence he had discovered, all had been prepared in advance. The conspiracy he had uncovered was real, but his discovery of it had been choreographed down to the minute. They hadn't just been watching him, they had been directing him, feeding him information at precisely calculated intervals, allowing him to feel the satisfaction of discovery while ensuring he found only what they wanted him to find. His entire investigation was a performance, and he had been playing his role perfectly. The sound of footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment was no longer mysterious. It was his cue that the final act was about to begin. The timestamp that shattered Elias's world appeared in a routine system log, buried among thousands of other entries he might have overlooked in his haste to process the overwhelming data. But his pattern recognition skills, honed by decades of digital archaeology, caught the anomaly immediately. His surveillance file had been created 3 years before, He had even begun his serious investigation into secret societies, not updated, not modified, created. The implications spread through his mind like digital wildfire. Every forum post that had sparked his interest, every breadcrumb of evidence he had followed, every contact who had guided him toward new information sources, all had been carefully planted elements in an elaborate psychological experiment. He wasn't hunting the Illuminati. He was their laboratory rat, navigating a maze they had constructed specifically for him. The files reveal the true scope of the operation. Project Cassandra aimed to study how individuals with specific psychological profiles could be guided toward predetermined conclusions while believing they were conducting independent research. Elias was test subject 347 in a series that had already processed thousands of potential dissidents, conspiracy theorists, and amateur investigators. The methodology was diabolical in its sophistication. Rather than suppressing information, they had created controlled leaks that satisfied the subject's desire for hidden truth, while ensuring that any revelations served their ultimate purposes. Every conspiracy theorist who believed they had uncovered secret plots was actually participating in a massive behavioural study that helped refine mass manipulation techniques. But Project Cassandra served another purpose, creating the perfect patsies. When subjects like Elias inevitably attempted to share their discoveries, the public would dismiss them as delusional paranoids. The conspiracy theorists discredited themselves more effectively than any government censorship could, providing cover for the real operations happening in plain sight. The genius was circular. They used genuine conspiracies to hide their conspiracy to create conspiracy theories. The Ouroboros of manipulation consumed its own tail while strengthening the head. Elias found video recordings of planning meetings where researchers discussed his psychological profile like entomologists studying an insect. His obsessive personality, his need for validation through intellectual superiority, his isolation and distrust of mainstream society, all were noted as advantageous traits for the experiment. They had identified him as an ideal subject before he had even begun his journey into the digital underground. The recordings were clinical in their detachment. Subject 347 shows exceptional persistence and pattern recognition abilities. Recommend accelerating the revelation timeline to achieve maximum psychological impact. His technical skills allow for more sophisticated evidence plants than previous subjects. Agreed. The deep web forums are seeded and ready. Will allow him to discover the entertainment industry connections next week, followed by the financial networks the following month. Estimated timeline to complete breakdown, 6 to 8 months. What about extraction? Standard protocol. Once he achieves full paranoid state, we'll activate the final revelation. The cognitive dissonance should ensure complete psychological collapse within 72 hours. Subject will either retreat into catatonic withdrawal or self-eliminate. Either outcome serves project goals. The footsteps outside his door had stopped. In the silence that followed, Elias could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like a countdown timer. Every shadow in his peripheral vision might be a hidden observer. Every electronic device could be a surveillance tool. Even his own thoughts felt compromised, infected by the knowledge that his mind had been invaded and mapped by researchers who understood his psychology better than he did. But as despair threatened to overwhelm him completely, a final realization emerged from the chaos of his collapsing worldview. If they had created all of this as an experiment, if his investigation was a carefully orchestrated performance, then the evidence he had found might be real after all. They couldn't manipulate him with fake conspiracies. They had to use genuine ones to make the manipulation believable. The entertainment industry coordination, the financial manipulation, the psychological conditioning of entire populations, it was all real. His discovery of it might have been staged, but the conspiracy itself existed exactly as he had uncovered it. They had made one critical error in their psychological experiment. They had given him access to the truth. The question was whether that knowledge could serve any purpose now that he understood his role as an unwitting puppet. As the footsteps resumed outside his door, moving with deliberate slowness toward his apartment, Elias realized he had perhaps minutes to decide how this story would end. He could retreat into madness as they expected, becoming another cautionary tale about the dangers of conspiracy thinking. He could attempt to fight back, though they had mapped every aspect of his psychology and would anticipate any strategy he might devise. Or he could find a third option, something they hadn't planned for because it lay outside their understanding of his character. The gentle knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. A voice, polite and professional, spoke through the thin wood. "Mr. Corrin, we need to talk." Elias looked at his screens one final time, at the conspiracy board that had consumed his life, at the evidence that proved humanity was being manipulated on a scale beyond historical precedent. Then he looked at his reflection in the dark monitor, the face of a man who had discovered that his greatest fear and greatest hope were the same thing. He had found the truth. The truth had been carefully crafted to find him. But perhaps, in that circular dance of manipulation and discovery, lay an opportunity that neither he nor his watchers had anticipated. After all, even the most sophisticated psychological experiment could produce unexpected results. As he reached for the door handle, Elias Corrin smiled for the first time in months. If they had taught him anything, it was that reality was far more malleable than most people believed. And if reality could be shaped, then perhaps it was time for the subject to become the experimenter. The door opened to reveal figures in dark suits, their faces professional masks hiding whatever emotions they might have felt. But as they looked into Elias's eyes, something shifted in their expressions, a flicker of uncertainty that suggested their psychological profiles might have missed something crucial about their carefully studied subject. "Gentlemen," Elias said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his mind, "I've been expecting you. Shall we discuss what happens next?" The game was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. The fluorescent lights of the 24-hour post office buzzed like dying insects as Evan Marshall fumbled for his keys in the artificial twilight of 3 a.m. Washington, D.C. Yellow streetlights cast sickly shadows through rain-streaked windows, painting the empty lobby in shades of amber and despair. He shouldn't have been there. Not at this hour, not when rational people were asleep in their beds, dreaming safe dreams about predictable tomorrows. But sleep had become a stranger to Evan Marshall. The manila envelope waited in his P.O. box like a patient predator, unmarked except for his box number scrawled in careful block letters. No return address, no postmark he could decipher in the dim light, just the weight of secrets pressed between paper and possibility. Inside his cramped studio apartment, beneath the harsh glare of his desk lamp, Evan's hands trembled as he opened the envelope. A photocopied newspaper clipping slid onto his cluttered desk. The Ohio Valley Tribune, dated October 15th, 1903. The headline screamed across yellowed page in bold type, 12-foot skeleton unearthed in Ohio. sent to Smithsonian for study. Below the headline, a grainy photograph showed a crowd of men in bowler hats standing around an excavation site. At their feet, partially unearthed, lay what appeared to be an enormous human rib cage, emerging from the dark earth like the frame of some impossible cathedral. But it was the handwritten note that made Evan's blood run cold. Not everything makes it to the exhibit floor. B17, 44, 32, 1903. They've been hiding our history for over a century. Find the vault. The numbers meant nothing to him then. Later, they would mean everything. Evans stared at the note until his vision blurred, until the carefully formed letters began to swim across the page like ants fleeing a disturbed nest. He'd been investigating government cover-ups for 15 years, had exposed corruption in 3 different administrations, had won awards for pieces that powerful people wished had never been written. But this felt different. This felt like standing at the edge of an abyss so deep that light itself feared to venture down. The rain continued to drum against his windows as Evans spread the clipping and note across his desk, photographing them from every angle with his phone. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed through the empty streets of the capital, a lonesome sound that seemed to echo the warning bells now clanging in his mind. He should have thrown the envelope away, should have burned it, forgotten it, moved on to safer stories about budget discrepancies and zoning violations. Stories that wouldn't make him wake up in cold sweats, wouldn't make him check his locks 3 times before bed, wouldn't make him wonder if the footsteps echoing behind him on empty sidewalks belonged to someone he couldn't see. But Evan Marshall had never been good at walking away from the truth, even when the truth had teeth, especially when it had teeth. The Smithsonian's digital archives became Evan's obsession over the next 2 weeks. He haunted the reading rooms like a spectre, pale from lack of sunlight, surviving on convenience store coffee, and the kind of determination that borders on madness. The librarians began to recognise him, nodding with the resigned familiarity reserved for researchers who had clearly lost themselves in the labyrinth of human knowledge. What he found made his hands shake. The Cincinnati Enquirer, 1894. Giant bones discovered in Kentucky cave system. Smithsonian team en route. The Indianapolis Journal, 1897. Farmer uncovers burial mound. Skeleton measures over 10 feet. Artifacts include unknown metal tools. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch, 1901. Archaeological marvel. Ancient giants' remains found with advanced copper implements. Smithsonian officials decline comment. Page after page, article after article, a pattern emerged like constellations in a dark sky. Giant skeletons discovered across the American Midwest. Advanced tools that shouldn't have existed. Artifacts that defied conventional understanding of ancient civilizations. And always the same refrain. Specimens sent to the Smithsonian Institution for study. But when Evans searched the museum's current databases, he found nothing. No giant skeletons in the anthropology collection. No advanced copper tools predating known civilizations. No evidence that any of these discoveries had ever existed at all. It was as if history itself had been carefully edited, leaving only the approved narrative behind. Dr. Helen Cray lived in a colonial house in Georgetown, surrounded by books that seemed to reproduce in the shadows when nobody was watching. She'd retired from the archaeology department 5 years ago, officially due to health concerns, but her eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who had seen too much and understood even more. Coffee, she asked, leading Evan into a study that felt like a temple to forgotten knowledge. Maps covered every available wall space, marked with pins and notations in her careful handwriting. Dr. Cray. I'm investigating reports of large skeletal remains that were allegedly sent to the Smithsonian over a century ago, Evan began, settling into a chair that had probably been old when Lincoln was president. I've found dozens of newspaper accounts, but no corresponding records in the museum's current collections. Helen's cup paused halfway to her lips. She set it down with the deliberate care of someone buying time to choose their words. Mr. Marshall, in my 40-year career, I learned that archaeology, is as much about what we choose not to display as what we put behind glass. What do you mean? There are problematic finds, artifacts that don't fit the accepted timeline of human development, remains that challenge our understanding of ancient populations. She walked to one of her maps, tracing her finger along what appeared to be excavation sites marked throughout the Ohio River Valley. In my early days, I heard whispers about storage facilities that weren't on any official floor plan, collections that existed in a kind of academic purgatory. Evan leaned forward. "You're talking about a cover-up." "I'm talking about institutional priorities," Helen corrected, but her tone suggested the distinction was largely academic. "The Smithsonian has always been more than just a museum, Mr. Marshall. It's a guardian of national narrative, and some stories are considered too disruptive to tell." She turned from the map, her expression grave. "If you start pulling on this thread, you won't like where it leads. There are people who have built their entire careers on maintaining certain silences. They don't appreciate journalists who ask inconvenient questions." "Are you trying to warn me off?" Helen smiled, but it was the kind of smile that belonged at funerals. "I'm trying to keep you alive, young man. The last researcher who got too close to this particular truth, well, let's just say he decided to pursue other interests. Very suddenly. Very completely." As Evan walked back to his car, he noticed a black sedan that seemed to be following him at exactly the speed limit. When he stopped at a red light, the sedan stopped too, maintaining a precise distance that spoke of professional surveillance. When the light turned green and Evan accelerated, the sedan matched his speed with mechanical precision. He took 4 random turns through Georgetown's narrow streets. The sedan stayed with him, ghost-like in its consistency. Only when Evan pulled into the parking garage of his apartment building did it finally peel away, disappearing into the DC traffic like it had never existed at all. That night, Evan dreamed of enormous bones rising from dark earth and woke to find his windows open despite being certain he'd locked them before bed. Samuel Trent's house squatted in the Virginia countryside like a fortress built from paranoia and regret. Security cameras perched on fence posts, motion sensors glowed red in the gathering dusk, and the driveway was designed to provide clear sightlines in all directions. This wasn't the home of a retired archivist. This was the refuge of a man who had seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and spent every day since then looking over his shoulder. Trent himself answered the door after Evan had stood on the porch for nearly 10 minutes, his face appearing and disappearing at windows as he conducted some kind of security assessment. He was a thin man in his 70s, with the pale complexion of someone who rarely ventured into sunlight and eyes that seemed to be perpetually scanning for threats. "You're the journalist," Trent said without preamble. Dr. Cray called. "Said you were asking the wrong questions?" "Wrong questions? Wrong for your health, right for the truth." Trent stepped aside, gesturing for Evan to enter. "Come in, but leave your phone in the car, and anything else electronic. The walls have ears in this business, Mr. Marshall. The interior of the house was a study in controlled paranoia. Heavy curtains blocked every window, white noise generators hummed in each corner, and a complex array of electronic equipment occupied an entire wall of what had probably once been a living room. This was the home of a man who understood surveillance and had dedicated his life to avoiding it. 43 years I worked for the institution," Trent began, settling into a chair that provided clear views of both the front door and the back entrance. "Started in the basement archives when Nixon was president, worked my way up to senior archivist. Thought I knew everything about that place. Thought I'd catalogued every skeleton in every storage room." He paused, his fingers drumming against the arm of his chair with nervous energy. "Then in 2019 I got assigned to a special project. Complete inventory of Sub-Basement 17. Not a place that appeared on any public floor plan, mind you. You had to take a service elevator down past the main basement, past the storage levels, down to a place that officially didn't exist." Evan pulled out a notebook, then stopped himself. Trent had been serious about no recording devices. "What did you find down there?" "Things that made me question everything I thought I knew about human history," Trent replied. "The first room contained skeletal remains. Human, but wrong. Too large, with skull configurations that didn't match any known population group. Some of the femur bones were over 3 feet long, Mr. Marshall. Do you understand what that means? The individuals would have been enormous. 12, 14, maybe 15 feet tall. And these weren't deformed specimens. These were anatomically correct giants with perfectly proportioned bone structure. The kind of remains that would rewrite every anthropology textbook ever published. Trent stood and began pacing, his agitation clear. But that wasn't the worst of it. Some of the skulls showed evidence of advanced medical procedures. Holes drilled with precision that would have required modern surgical tools. Healing patterns that suggested post-operative care. You're talking about evidence of advanced ancient civilizations. I'm talking about evidence that human history is nothing like what we've been taught. Trent stopped pacing and fixed Evan with a stare that seemed to burn with suppressed knowledge. The artifacts were even more disturbing. Tools made from metals that shouldn't have existed in ancient America. Copper alloys that our metallurgists couldn't identify. Stone carvings covered in symbols that looked almost like circuit diagrams. Evan's pen hovered over his notebook. Did you document any of this? I tried. Took photographs with a camera I'd smuggled in. Made detailed notes. But within a week of completing the inventory, I was called into my supervisor's office. Told that my services were no longer required. Given a severance package that was far too generous, and a non-disclosure agreement that was far too specific. Trent's voice dropped to a whisper. They knew, Mr. Marshall. They knew exactly what I'd seen, and exactly how dangerous it was for me to have seen it. What happened to the other people who worked on the inventory? Dr. Patricia Williams, the lead anthropologist, died in a car accident 2 months after the project ended. Single vehicle collision on a straight stretch of highway in broad daylight. Marcus Chen, the photographer, had a heart attack despite being 28 years old with no history of cardiac problems. And Dr. Robert Hayes, the metallurgist, committed suicide by jumping off the Roosevelt Bridge. Trent's hands were shaking now. 3 deaths in 6 months, Mr. Marshall. 3 people who had seen what I'd seen. You think they were murdered? I think they were handled. There's a difference. Murder is messy and draws attention. Handling is clean and looks like bad luck. Trent moved to one of his windows, peering through a gap in the curtains. I went underground after that. Changed my name. Moved to the middle of nowhere. Learned everything I could about electronic surveillance. Because I knew they were watching, waiting for me to make the same mistake as the others. What mistake? Trying to go public. Trying to tell the world what we'd found. Trent turned back to Evan, his expression haunted. But maybe that's exactly what needs to happen. Maybe the truth is more important than my life. He walked to a desk and retrieved a small piece of paper. The vault code you received, B1744-32-1903, it's real. Subbasement 17, Vault 4432, corresponds to items catalogued in 1903. But accessing it requires more than just the code. You need a security badge with the right clearance level and knowledge of the physical layout. How would I get that kind of access? Samuel Trent smiled, but it was the smile of a man preparing to cross a line he could never uncross. Mr. Marshall, what I'm about to tell you will either get you the story of the century, or get you killed. Possibly both. As evening settled over the Virginia countryside, Evan listened to Trent describe security protocols, shift changes, and the exact route to an elevator that didn't appear on any building schematic. And in the back of his mind, a voice whispered that he was about to step through a door that would change everything. Not just his understanding of history, but his understanding of the forces that shaped what people were allowed to know. The truth, Evan was beginning to realize, was a more dangerous possession than he had ever imagined. The Smithsonian's annual Contributors Gala provided perfect cover. 200 wealthy donors mingling in the Museum of Natural History's main hall, servers in white jackets weaving through crowds with trays of champagne and carefully crafted hors d'oeuvres. Evan had spent 3 days perfecting his disguise as a catering company employee, complete with forged credentials and a borrowed uniform that fit well enough to pass casual inspection. The hardest part wasn't getting inside. It was maintaining his composure while surrounded by exhibits that now felt like elaborate lies. Every display case seemed to mock him with its carefully curated version of human history. Homo sapiens, the only human species, early tool use in ancient civilizations, the development of agriculture, 10,000 BCE. All of it potentially false, all of it potentially designed to hide something far more extraordinary and threatening. Champagne, sir? Evan offered a tray to a middle-aged man in an expensive suit, using the opportunity to position himself near the service entrance that led to the restricted areas. Wonderful event, the man replied, selecting a glass. Though I sometimes wonder what marvels they keep locked away from public view. My grandfather used to claim the Smithsonian had artefacts that would shock the world. Evan's hand nearly trembled as he balanced the tray. Oh? What kind of artefacts? Family stories. Probably nonsense. Something about giant bones and impossible technologies. The man laughed and moved on, leaving Evan standing frozen in a crowd of oblivious donors. Even the rumours had rumours. At 9:47 p.m, exactly when Samuel Trent had predicted, security guard Martinez headed to the loading dock for his smoke break. Evan slipped through the service door, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The service corridors of the Smithsonian were a maze of beige walls and fluorescent lighting, filled with the institutional smell of cleaning supplies and old secrets. Following Trent's directions, Evan descended a staircase marked Authorised Personnel Only, and found himself in the main basement. Then another level down to sub-basement 1, where crates of unopened exhibits waited in climate-controlled storage. But Trent had been specific. He needed to go deeper. The service elevator was exactly where Trent had described it, hidden behind a door marked Electrical Do Not Enter. Evan's hands shook as he swiped the cloned security badge he'd acquired, through channels he preferred not to think about too carefully. The magnetic lock disengaged with a soft click that sounded like thunder in the empty hallway. The elevator was small and unremarkable, with buttons for floors that shouldn't have existed. B1, B2, B3, and at the bottom, B17. Evan pressed the button and felt the elevator descend far deeper than should have been possible. The building above couldn't have extended this far underground. This wasn't just sub-basement storage. This was something that had been deliberately hidden beneath the foundation of American history. When the doors opened, Evan stepped into a corridor that looked like it belonged in a different building entirely. The walls were older, built from stone blocks that seemed to predate the museum above. Emergency lighting cast everything in an amber glow that made shadows dance at the edges of vision. The air was thick with humidity and the smell of ages. Numbered storage rooms lined both sides of the corridor, each secured with locks that looked far more sophisticated than anything used in the public areas above. Room 4,430, 4,431, 4,432. Evan's target was 3 doors down on the left, marked with a placard that read, Anthropological Specimens, Restricted Access, 1903 to 1905. The cloned badge worked again, and the door swung open to reveal a storage room that defied every expectation Evan had developed about museum archives. Instead of the neat, organised rows of labelled specimens he'd expected, he found chaos. Wooden crates were stacked floor to ceiling, many bearing shipping labels from archaeological sites that had been forgotten by mainstream history. Others were marked with symbols that looked more like warning signs than inventory codes. A thick logbook sat on a desk near the entrance, its leather binding cracked with age. Evan opened it carefully, his flashlight illuminating pages of meticulous handwriting in faded ink. The entries began in 1903 and detailed the arrival of specimens from excavations across the American Midwest. March 15, 1903, Mound Creek, Ohio. Specimen C4432-01. Complete skeletal remains. Adult male. Estimated height 12 feet 8 inches. Cranial capacity 2,100 cubic centimeters. Dental structure anomalous. Burial goods include copper tools of unknown alloy composition. April 2nd, 1903, Portsmouth, Ohio. Specimen C4432-02. Partial skeleton. Estimated height 14 feet 2 inches. Bones show evidence of healed fractures suggesting advanced medical knowledge. Associated artefacts include stone tablets with undeciphered script. May 18, 1903, Newark, Ohio. Specimen AC4432-03, complete family unit. 2 adults, male 13 feet 1 inch, female 11 feet 9 inches, and 1 juvenile, estimated age, 12 to 14, height 8 feet 4 inches, preserved with unknown chemical process. Grave goods suggest advanced metallurgy. Page after page documented the same impossible pattern. Giants with advanced medicine. Copper tools that predated known metallurgy. Stone carvings that suggested literacy in civilizations that supposedly had no written language. And then, abruptly, in August 1903, the entries stopped. The last notation read simply, "Transfer to B-17 per directive. All documentation to be archived under Special Classification Protocol 7. Evan photographed every page, his camera's flash momentarily illuminating the storage room like lightning. But as he reached the final entries, a sound froze him in place. The distant ding of an elevator arriving at B-17. Footsteps echoed in the stone corridor. Multiple people moving with the purposeful stride of security personnel who had found something they weren't supposed to find. Voices, low and professional, discussing containment and cleanup in terms that made Evan's blood run cold. He had perhaps 30 seconds before they reached room 4432. Evan closed the logbook, slipped it under his jacket, and looked desperately around the storage room for another exit. There, a ventilation grate near the ceiling, large enough for a person to crawl through if they were motivated by the kind of terror that makes impossible things possible. The voices were closer now, discussing badge readings and unauthorized access. Evan climbed onto a crate, forced open the ventilation grate and pulled himself into a narrow shaft that seemed to extend into darkness in both directions. Behind him, the storage room door opened and flashlight beams swept across the space he'd occupied moments before. "Room's been accessed," a voice reported. "Someone was definitely here. Logbooks missing." "Find them," another voice replied with cold authority. "This facility has been compromised. Initiate containment protocol." Evan crawled through the ventilation system like a man possessed, following a shaft that seemed to lead upward through the building's infrastructure. His phone had no signal this deep underground, but the camera had stored everything he'd photographed. The evidence was real, documented, undeniable, if he could survive long enough to share it. The ventilation shaft ended at a grate that opened into a mechanical room 3 floors above sub-basement 17. Evan emerged covered in dust and grime. His knees scraped raw from crawling through metal ducting, but alive and temporarily beyond the reach of whoever was conducting the search below. The mechanical room was filled with the building's heating and cooling equipment, providing cover and the steady hum of a white noise that would mask any sounds he might make. But he couldn't leave. Not yet. Not when he was this close to the truth. The logbook had mentioned transfer to B-17, which suggested that the artifacts in room 4432 were just records. The actual specimens, the giant skeletons, the impossible tools, the evidence that could rewrite human history, were stored somewhere else in this underground complex. And Evan had a suspicion about where that might be. Samuel Trent had described Vault 4432 as a records room, but had hinted at something deeper. The real collection, he'd said, requires more than just a security badge. It requires clearance that most employees don't even know exists. Evan studied the building schematics he'd memorized, cross-referencing them with Trent's descriptions and the security protocols he'd observed. If the Smithsonian was hiding evidence of pre-Columbian giants and advanced ancient civilizations, they wouldn't store it in a simple records room. They'd put it in a facility designed for the most sensitive materials, climate-controlled, seismically stable, accessible only to the highest levels of clearance. A vault, a real vault, built deep underground and protected by security measures that would make Fort Knox envious. Using service corridors and maintenance passages, Evan made his way back towards sub-basement 17, but this time he followed a different route. Instead of heading to the storage rooms, he looked for the kind of infrastructure that would support a serious security installation. Power conduits, ventilation systems designed for sensitive equipment, reinforced walls that suggested something more important than simple storage. He found it at the end of sub-basement 17 behind a door marked only with a number. B-17 Secure. The door was steel, built into a frame that extended deep into reinforced concrete walls. This wasn't museum storage, this was government-level security. The cloned badge wouldn't work here. This required biometric scanning, multiple authentication factors, and clearance levels that probably required presidential approval. But Evan had advantages that the security designers hadn't anticipated. He had desperation, a complete disregard for his own safety, and 40 years of institutional paranoia to guide his thinking. The ventilation system for the secure area was separate from the rest of the building, but it still required intake and exhaust ports. And those ports, designed to be inaccessible to anyone without specialised equipment, provided another way inside for someone willing to risk everything. Evan found the intake shaft 2 corridors away, hidden behind a panel that looked like part of the wall. The shaft was smaller than the one he'd used to escape, barely wide enough for his shoulders, but it led directly into the heart of the secure facility. He could hear the hum of sophisticated climate control equipment, the subtle electronic sounds of security systems monitoring an environment that contained something unprecedented. The shaft ended at a grate that looked down into a room that defied comprehension. Vault B-17 Secure was enormous, carved from living rock and supported by steel beams that suggested engineering capabilities far beyond what should have been necessary for a museum storage facility. The space was filled with display cases arranged in precise rows, each containing specimens that challenged everything Evan thought he knew about human history. Giant skeletons stood in reinforced glass cases, their bone structure perfect and their dimensions impossible. Some were over 15 feet tall, with skulls that suggested brain capacities far beyond modern humans. Others showed evidence of medical procedures that shouldn't have existed in ancient times. Precisely drilled holes that had healed completely, surgical scars that spoke of advanced anatomical knowledge, dental work that looked almost modern in its sophistication. But the skeletons were just the beginning. Other cases contained tools that seemed to be made from metals that didn't exist in nature. Copper alloys with properties that modern metallurgy couldn't duplicate. Stone carvings covered in symbols that looked less like primitive writing and more like technical diagrams. Clay tablets that appeared to show star charts, mathematical calculations, and designs that resembled modern machinery. One case held what appeared to be a partially reconstructed device, made from an unknown crystalline material. The construction was elegant and purposeful, with internal structures that suggested functionality beyond mere decoration. Next to it, a placard read, "Newark, Ohio, 1897, function unknown. Material composition unknown, dating inconclusive." Evan photographed everything his camera could capture, working methodically through the vault while keeping one ear tuned for the sounds of security personnel. Each image was more incredible than the last, each artifact more impossible to explain within the framework of accepted history. In the final row of cases, he found something that made his blood freeze, a series of photographs mounted behind glass, showing excavation sites that he recognised from the newspaper clippings. But these weren't newspaper photos, these were official documentation, taken by Smithsonian personnel at the actual dig sites. The images showed giant skeletons in situ surrounded by artifacts and burial goods that proved their authenticity beyond any possible doubt. And every single photo was stamped with a classification level that Evan had never seen before. Cognito hazard, dissemination prohibited, director authorization required. A cognito hazard, information so dangerous that simply knowing it posed a threat to society. That's when the alarms began to sound. Red lights bathed the vault in hellish illumination, the sirens echoed through the underground complex. Evan heard the distinctive sound of blast doors sealing, the mechanical whir of security systems activating throughout the facility. His escape route through the ventilation shaft was probably already sealed. He was trapped in a vault filled with evidence that could rewrite human history, surrounded by security measures designed to ensure that no unauthorized person ever left alive. The final case in the vault contained a single item, a modern photograph showing a meeting between Smithsonian officials and military personnel, dated just 6 months ago. In the centre of the group stood a man Evan recognised from newspaper photos, the current secretary of the Smithsonian. He was shaking hands with someone in military uniform, while behind them, clearly visible through an open doorway, giant skeletons stood in their display cases. The implications hit Evan like a physical blow. This wasn't just historical cover-up. This was an ongoing conspiracy involving the highest levels of both academic and military authority. The giants weren't just being hidden, they were being actively studied, and that study was being conducted outside any civilian oversight. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the vault. Multiple people, moving with military precision. They'd found his entry point, traced his route, and were now closing in on a man who had seen too much to be allowed to live. Evan looked around desperately for another way out, but the vault was designed to be impregnable. Stone walls, steel doors, and security measures that would keep him contained until whatever passed for justice in this shadow world could be administered. That's when he noticed something the vault designers had probably considered a minor detail: the emergency fire suppression system. Hail and gas dispensers were positioned throughout the vault, designed to extinguish any fire that might threaten the precious artifacts. But Halen's systems required ventilation to prevent personnel from suffocating during emergency activation. Evan found the manual activation switch for the fire suppression system and pulled it without hesitation. Alarms shrieked as hail and gas began flooding the vault, and emergency ventilation fans activated to prevent the space from becoming a death trap for anyone inside during a real emergency. The ventilation system created a powerful updraft in the shaft he'd used to enter. Evan climbed back into the intake vent just as the vault doors opened, and security personnel poured in, their voices muffled by gas masks and the chaos of alarms. He rode the updraft through the ventilation system like a man shot from a cannon, the powerful fans pulling him through shafts and ducts at speeds that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Behind him he could hear voices shouting about containment failure and unauthorized documentation. Evan emerged from an exhaust vent on the roof of the Natural History Museum, gasping in the cold Washington air and covered in soot from the building's ventilation system. Below him, security vehicles were surrounding the building with military efficiency. Above him, helicopters circled with searchlights that turned night into day. But in his camera were dozens of photographs that proved everything. Giant skeletons, impossible artifacts, official documentation of a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of government. Evidence that human history was a carefully constructed lie designed to hide something far more extraordinary and threatening. All he had to do now was survive long enough to share it with the world. As Evan climbed down from the museum roof using emergency access ladders, he realised that his life as Evan Marshall was over. Whatever came next would require a new identity, new name, and a level of paranoia that would make Samuel Trent look optimistic. The truth, he now understood, was not just stranger than fiction. It was more dangerous than he had ever imagined possible. The DC sewer system became Evan's underground railroad to freedom. The service tunnel he'd discovered led directly into the storm drainage network that ran beneath the National Mall, a concrete labyrinth that city planners had built without considering that it might one day hide someone fleeing from the keepers of humanity's greatest secret. Evan waded through knee-deep water that smelled of decay and urban runoff, his camera equipment sealed in the waterproof bag he'd learned to carry during years of investigative work in hostile environments. Above him, he could hear the sounds of a massive search operation, helicopters, vehicles, and what sounded like enough personnel to invade a small country. They were taking no chances with containment this time. The tunnel system extended for miles, connecting with drainage networks that reached every corner of the city. Evan had studied these maps during his preparation, knowing that any investigation of government secrets might require unconventional exit strategies. He'd never imagined using that knowledge to escape from something that made his previous exposés look like traffic violations. After 2 hours of navigating the tunnels by flashlight and sheer determination, Evan emerged from a drainage outlet near the Potomac River, several miles from the Smithsonian complex. The search operation was still visible in the distance, lights and helicopters focused on downtown DC, while he caught his breath in the shadow of a highway overpass. His hands were shaking as he checked his camera equipment. Everything had survived the journey. Dozens of photographs showing giant skeletons, impossible artifacts, an official documentation of a conspiracy that reached levels of government he was only beginning to understand. The evidence was real, undeniable, and so dangerous that people had died to keep it secret. But evidence meant nothing if no one ever saw it. Evan made his way to an all-night diner in Arlington, a place that existed in the margins of respectable society, and asked no questions about customers who looked like they'd been swimming in sewage. The waitress, a woman who'd clearly seen everything the city had to offer, brought him coffee and a towel without comment. In the privacy of the diner's booth, Evan began uploading his photographs to an encrypted server he'd established years ago for exactly this kind of situation. The images uploaded slowly over the diner's Wi-Fi connection, each file representing evidence that could rewrite human history or get him killed. Probably both. As the final photographs uploaded, Evan's phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. "You've seen what you weren't meant to. Leave DC now. This is your only warning." Evan stared at the message, his coffee growing cold as the implications sank in. They had his phone number. They'd tracked him to this location. The technology that could accomplish that level of surveillance suggested resources far beyond what any civilian organisation should possess. He paid for his coffee with cash and left through the diner's back exit, abandoning his phone in a dumpster and switching to protocols he'd developed for the most sensitive investigations. No credit cards, no electronic communication, no patterns that sophisticated surveillance could predict or track. The bus station was 3 miles away, reachable through back streets and industrial areas where security cameras were sparse and facial recognition software would struggle with the angles and lighting. Evan purchased a ticket to Philadelphia using cash and a fake ID he'd maintained for emergencies, then settled into a seat at the back of a Greyhound bus that smelled like disinfectant and broken dreams. As the bus pulled out of DC, Evan watched the city recede behind him and tried to process what he'd discovered. Giants had lived in ancient America. They'd possessed advanced technology and medical knowledge that shouldn't have existed. They'd left behind artifacts that suggested civilizations far more sophisticated than anything in the approved historical narrative. And the Smithsonian Institution, the organization entrusted with preserving and sharing human knowledge, had been actively hiding this evidence for over a century. The hotel in Philadelphia was the kind of place that rented rooms by the hour and accepted cash without asking for identification. Evan locked the door, wedged a chair under the handle and checked the windows for alternate escape routes. Paranoia wasn't a luxury anymore, it was a survival skill. Using a laptop purchased with cash from a pawn shop, Evan accessed his encrypted server and began organising the evidence. The photographs were clear, undeniable and absolutely damning. Giant skeletons with perfect bone structure, artifacts made from impossible materials, official documentation proving that the Smithsonian had been hiding evidence of advanced ancient civilizations for over a century. But as he worked, Evan realised he faced a problem that went beyond simple journalism. This wasn't just a story about institutional cover-up. This was evidence of something that could fundamentally destabilise society's understanding of human history. The classification stamp he'd seen in the vault haunted him. COGNITOHAZARD. Information so dangerous that simply knowing it posed a threat. What if the cover-up wasn't about protecting institutional reputation? What if it was about protecting civilization itself? Evan pushed the thought aside. Truth was truth, regardless of how uncomfortable it made people. The public had a right to know that their understanding of human history was built on carefully constructed lies. He began creating multiple copies of the evidence, distributing them across different servers and platforms to ensure that the information couldn't be suppressed or destroyed. If something happened to him, the truth would still survive. At 3 a.m, his hotel room door exploded inward. 3 figures in tactical gear poured through the opening, moving with military precision and carrying weapons that looked far more sophisticated than standard law enforcement equipment. Evan dove behind the bed as dart-like projectiles embedded themselves in the wall where his head had been moments before. Not bullets, tranquilizer darts. They wanted him alive. The laptop lay open on the bed, still displaying the photographs from the vault. One of the figures moved toward it, while the others began a systematic search of the room. Evan heard the distinctive sound of hard drives being wiped, memory cards being destroyed, evidence being systematically eliminated. But they were too late. The upload had completed hours ago. Evan slipped out the window onto a fire escape that overlooked an alley filled with dumpsters and the kind of urban debris that accumulated in forgotten spaces. The drop was 20 feet onto concrete, but staying in the room meant disappearing into whatever black site facility these people represented. He jumped. The impact drove the breath from his lungs and sent lightning bolts of pain through his left ankle, but he was alive and mobile. Behind him, voices shouted coordinates and search vectors in the clipped professional tones of people who cleaned up messes for a living. Evan limped through Philadelphia's empty streets, using back alleys and industrial areas to avoid the kind of surveillance that had found him so quickly at the hotel. His ankle was probably sprained, his ribs felt like they'd been hit with a sledgehammer, and he was operating on 2 hours of sleep and more adrenaline than should have been physiologically possible. But the evidence was safe, distributed across multiple servers, protected by encryption that would take even government resources significant time to crack. The truth about humanity's hidden history was no longer dependent on his survival. Dawn was breaking over Philadelphia when Evan finally stopped running and found refuge in a 24-hour laundromat. As he sat among the washing machines, listening to the rhythmic sounds of ordinary people doing ordinary things, he began to understand the magnitude of what he'd uncovered. The giants weren't just ancient history. The military personnel in that photograph, the sophisticated security measures, the resources devoted to keeping this secret, all of it suggested that the implications of the discovery were still relevant, still dangerous, still worth killing for. What if the giants weren't extinct? What if some aspect of their civilization had survived, hidden in the same shadows that concealed their remains? What if the cover-up wasn't about protecting the past, but about controlling the future? Evan's phone, a new one purchased with cash, buzzed with a message from an encrypted account he'd established for emergency communications. Evidence received and distributed. You've done something extraordinary, but now you need to disappear. They'll never stop looking for you. The message was from Helen Cray. Somehow the retired archaeologist had accessed his uploads and was coordinating a response that went far beyond academic curiosity. She was part of something larger, a network of people who had been waiting for someone like Evan to break the silence. Check the news in 24 hours, another message read. The truth has a way of spreading, even when powerful people try to contain it. 24 hours later, Evan sat in a coffee shop in Baltimore, watching the world change on a laptop screen. The story broke simultaneously across multiple platforms, released by a coordinated network of independent journalists, researchers, and activists who had been waiting years for this moment. The photographs from the Smithsonian vault appeared on websites, social media platforms, and news aggregators faster than any suppression effort could contain them. Smoking gun. Smithsonian vault contains evidence of ancient giants. Giant conspiracy. Government cover-up of American history exposed. Forbidden archaeology. What they don't want you to know about human civilization. The initial response was explosive. Millions of views within hours, shares cascading across social networks, comments sections filled with everything from scholarly analysis to wild speculation. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed like the truth might actually triumph over institutional power. Then the countermeasures began. The first photographs were flagged for policy violations on major platforms. Video analyses were labelled as misleading information and buried in search results. Fact-checking organisations published articles debunking the evidence before they could have possibly conducted meaningful analysis. Experts debunk giant skeleton hoax. Digitally altered images spread misinformation about Smithsonian. Conspiracy theory targets respected institution. Evan watched in real time as a sophisticated disinformation campaign neutralised evidence that should have rewritten human history. Bot networks amplified debunking articles while suppressing authentic analysis. Professional skeptics appeared on news programs to explain why the photographs were obviously fake, despite lacking access to the original files or technical expertise to make such determinations. Within 48 hours, the story had been successfully relegated to the margins of conspiracy theory websites and fringe research forums. the mainstream narrative remained intact. Ancient giants were myths, advanced pre-Columbian civilizations were fantasies, and the Smithsonian institution was a respected guardian of legitimate scientific knowledge. But something had changed. In the comment sections and discussion forums, in the encrypted chat rooms and private messages, people were asking questions that hadn't been asked before. Researchers were connecting dots that had previously seemed unrelated. The truth had been planted, and even the most sophisticated suppression efforts couldn't prevent it from taking root in the minds of those willing to think beyond approved narratives. Evan received a final message from Helen Cray. The giants are still buried, but not for the reasons they want you to believe. Some truths are too dangerous for mass consumption, but too important to remain completely hidden. You've done your part. Now it's time to disappear. 3 years later, Evan Marshall no longer existed. The man who had been Evan Marshall lived under a different name in a small town on the coast of Ecuador, where American surveillance capabilities were limited and questions about one's past were considered impolite. He worked as a freelance translator, spoke fluent Spanish, and had learned to live with the kind of careful paranoia that kept dangerous men alive in dangerous times. But he still received the postcards. They arrived every few months, always from different locations, always containing the same minimal information, a date and a set of coordinates. No return address, no signature, no message beyond those simple facts. But Evan had learned to recognize the pattern. Each postcard marked the site of an archaeological discovery that never made the news, giant skeletons unearthed and quickly reburied, impossible artifacts found and immediately classified, evidence of advanced ancient civilizations discovered and systematically suppressed. The giants were still being found, and they were still being hidden. The latest postcard had arrived just that morning, postmarked from Nevada and containing coordinates that placed the discovery somewhere in the desert near Reno. Evan looked up the location on his computer and found nothing. No archaeological expeditions, no university research projects, no academic papers discussing significant finds in that region. But there had been seismic activity reported in the area 6 months ago. Minor earthquakes that had opened new caves and exposed previously hidden chambers. The kind of geological events that sometimes revealed secrets that had been buried for millennia. Evan poured himself a cup of coffee and watched the sun rise over the Pacific Ocean. Somewhere in the Nevada desert, evidence that could rewrite human history was being carefully catalogued and filed away in facilities that didn't officially exist. Somewhere in Washington, D.C., meetings were being held to determine how to manage information that was too dangerous for public consumption. And somewhere in the margins of the internet, the truth continued to spread in whispers and speculation, carried by people who had seen the evidence and refused to forget what they'd learned. The giants had walked the earth once. Their bones still rested in unmarked vaults beneath buildings that existed to preserve knowledge, while hiding the most important discoveries from those who had paid for them with their taxes and their trust. Evan finished his coffee and began planning his day. There were translations to complete, bills to pay, and the careful routine of a man who had learned to live invisibly in a world where the truth was more dangerous than any lie. But tonight, when the work was done and the day had faded into memory, he would update his encrypted files with the coordinates from the latest postcard. Because someday, when the time was right and the world was ready, someone would need to know where to look for the evidence that powerful people had worked so hard to hide. The giants were still buried, but not for the reasons they wanted you to believe. And Evan Marshall, the man who no longer existed, would make sure that someday someone would remember where to find them. The truth he had learned was patient. It could wait decades, centuries, millennia for the right moment to emerge. It could survive suppression, disinformation, and the deaths of those who tried to share it. Because the truth, unlike the people who tried to contain it, was immortal. And eventually immortal things always won.